Are we ready to go, Daniel?
Recording and live, yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is March 16th at 1:38 p.m. Sorry for the delay. I think the early start made it challenging from some of the work group members to attend. What we will do first is ask you to identify yourself as a voting or non-voting member of the work group so we can take roll, if you will. So I'll start to my left, Daniel.
Daniel Reddick, non-voting member with Benton County.
Chuck Gilbert, voting.
Russ Knocky from Republic Voting.
John Evans from Public Services, voting.
John Jewell, Benton County citizen at Oregon State University, voting.
Ryan McAllister, Girding Builders, voting.
And if you're a resident, voting.
Catherine Visco, Benton County resident, voting.
Audrey O'Brien, Oregon Department of Environmental Quality, not voting.
Trevor Gore with Benton County with the same kind of not voting.
And is there any member of the work group on the internet? If you could show us your face and unmute yourself and identify yourself, that would be great. Hearing and seeing none, that is the roll as we are at 1:40. Next item is to review the agenda, and Mark, if you'd be so kind as to share that. It is a similar, almost identical format to last month's meeting. We will do the usual preliminary matters, reviewing the agenda, approving the minutes, talk about the updated work plan and what's going on with the public polling. We'll have an extended comment period, and there'll be two of those, one at 1:45 and one after the dinner break at 5 o'clock. And then you will see that there are 4 feedback work sessions where the members will look at findings and recommendations. And the third and fourth ones come at basically 5:30, and we will discuss some final polling issues and a refresher on consensus polling, the 1, 2, 3 polling system. We'll talk about next steps, and note that the last meeting is a week from today, the 23rd, same time, same place, 1:30 to 7:30, with 2 extended public comment periods. So that's an overview of the agenda. Why don't you keep it up there for a second, and let's see if any suggestions to improve the draft M8 meeting minutes, so the meeting minutes from the last meeting. Are there any additions, subtractions, corrections, or comments associated with the meeting minutes? Is there any opposition to finalizing those minutes as written? Hearing and seeing none, those minutes are approved and will be posted accordingly. The next up, Mara, is the updated work plan as of the 14th. And she'll put that up on the screen for people that are viewing from home. So obviously here we are on the 16th. And the big news for today is, as of noon today, the process put out a survey directed to members of the public, not directed to work group members. You will have your own opportunity. And that survey opens today at noon and closes Wednesday at noon. And it is basically a list of all the existing draft recommendations as of this moment in time. And it asks members of the public to look at them in the 5 subject matter areas that we have been working with. Those involve the Sustainable Materials Management Plan. They include the capacity or site life of the landfill. They include work on the past conditional use application conditions and their compliance. And they include future public education and recommendations for going over, and they include legal findings and recommendations. And under each of those, you will see the current state of the recommendations. You will be asked if you generally support or generally oppose each of them. And after each bundle of draft recommendations, there is a spot that's open-ended to give feedback to the work group on your thoughts about that individual topic. And then at the end of the survey, there is a opportunity to do the whole thing on the entire process. So that is out there and posted on the website. There have been and will continue to be some informational announcements and promotion of the existence of that particular survey. So that went out this afternoon. What we will do today is work on the findings and recommendations as they existed yesterday evening, and we will go through them in careful order and discuss them sometime tomorrow. Any changes or updates to those findings and recommendations that are generated as a result of this discussion will be tracked, changed, and uploaded and called out, so people know the work product of this day's activities and further refinements. And there will be heavy style edits and completion of the sections of the report that have been simply put forward in a raw holding pattern, like the executive summary, like the various connective tissues that have been put forward, and those will all be bundled together and go out on Monday, the 20th. And the work group then will receive what we're calling an informal poll around noon. And it will ask you basically to look at each finding and each recommendation and poll using our consensus system of 1, 2, 3 polling. And the purpose of that informal poll is to triage the agenda for our final meeting. So for instance, there are several possible categories when the information is rolled up. First, you will receive a packet that says, here's what the public thought about the draft recommendations. Excuse me. You will then receive the poll results, and it will say, using the same order of the major topics, it will say something like, here are all of the findings for SMMP. I use that as an example because it's the first, that everyone voted or should be informally polled to 1. Next in line are, here are the findings that we had at least 1, 2. And next is the list of the findings that we had at least 1, 3. And we will then work that process, first discussing people's concerns who voted to 3, asking for their suggestions for improvement to that, and then move to the 2s, and we will take that process to its logical conclusion, and that will result in a consensus or not a consensus with majority minority polling results being announced. Then we'll do the same thing for the recommendations and so on. So really, the informal poll that you, the work group members, will receive on Monday is designed really to see how many issues we have that are in major dispute, because one or more of you have voted to 3, and we'll do our best to see if the work group can come together and reconcile those. Then we will move to the ones where one or more of you voted at 2 and see what language changes you would prefer, such that in good faith you can move to a 1 and so on. So that is what will be happening between now and next week's meeting. I do want to call specific attention to the green box that is superimposed over the 24th and 25th. So the formal polling is on the body of the work group report. It is not on the appendix or any portion of the appendix. That is where the subcommittee working papers live. It is true that the findings and recommendations are crosswalked to them, but that is for reference purposes. The appendix subsections will be approved by their additional subcommittees, but and any member of the work group can, if they have some concern, raise that an issue with something they've heard about or seen this evening if they care to. But really, the appendix there are for ease of reference, there for background purposes only. Then during the week of the 26th through the 3rd will be the final I dotting and T crossing. There will not be substantive changes to any findings or recommendations during that period of time, because the formal polling will be over. On the 31st is the deadline for all work group members and subcommittee members who are not work group members, including past members of both the work group and the subcommittee, to submit member statements. Those will be due at noon. They will be PDF referenced in the body of the document and attached to the appendix, so the readers can see what everyone who was involved at those 2 levels have to say about the draft work group report. All that will be bundled into what we're calling the final report, which is a Word version of it. It may actually be in PDF, but it's Word versus doing it in a publishing program that's more robust and camera ready or coffee table appropriate. We will have the final report open house on the 4th, and then it'll be at the publisher. Coffee table version will be on the 11th, and a public comment period will open up on the 11th through May 26th. So from the 11th of May to, of April to May 26th. So a robust length of time for the public to comment on the report in its entirety. The acknowledgement of your hard work by the commissioners will take place at your meeting next week at a point in time that we will be negotiating to make sure we can get as many of them there as possible. So that's an overview of the work plan. I say that to set off the meeting, and note that at the end we'll have questions, comments, and any suggested changes that need to come based on how far we got this evening. There was, as I mentioned, public polling. Daniel, I don't know if you had time to post on the BCTT website the link to the public polling, and if that's available, if you could call that up on our screen here, so people who are in the audience or on the web can see where that is and know they have almost immediate access to that. And so while we are getting that up there, I will tee up the first public comment period and ask how many people in the audience would like to give public comment during this initial public comment period, which will last 30 minutes. Are there any members of the audience that would like to do that? Seeing none, let me turn my attention to the big screen. Well, first of all, before I do that, you will see at the website here, there is a public survey of draft recommendations, and that's where you can find it. Is this the main page of the of the work group? So it's right on the main page, about 7 lines down, public survey of draft recommendations. That's where members of the public can find that. So if you can not share the screen and show me the entire audience that's appearing virtually, so I can determine how many people we want to have talk during the public comment period. If you could put your hand up as opposed to raising your physical hand, because that will go away and I don't want you to have to keep your hand up too long there. So I'm seeing Linda Brewer, Liz Davis, and I'm sorry, Penny is what the screen name says.
Fred Penning.
Thank you, sir. So, and then I have Michelle Robinson. So we'll call on you in that order. You have 3 minutes. Ask you to introduce yourself and take it away. So up first is Linda Brewer. Please proceed. Unfortunately, you're on mute, Linda. You should be visible. Oh, you're on mute. Now you should be okay. Unfortunately, it's not working. We'll give you a moment to do your tech check, and I promise we'll get back to you. Unfortunately, we still can't hear you, Linda. Are you able to hear us? If you could put a thumbs up if you can hear me. So we will wait. I promise you'll have your turn. Get back. So next up is Liz Davis. So Liz, if you could unmute yourself and take it away.
Yeah, hi, can you all hear me?
We can, thank you.
Okay, great. My name's Liz. I am a county resident, and I just wanted to say that I've been pretty happy with this process and just, the extensive document that's come out of it. And there's just been a lot of meetings and hours and hard work that's gone into that. I just wanted to say that I think the next step of creating an SMMP should take into account all of the stakeholders, including surrounding county leadership, commercial and industrial waste, not just residents. I think throughout this, one entity kind of has been labeled as the bad guy, but I just kind of see it like the truth of it is they're providing a service that every single one of us use. And, I know we probably don't think about it daily, but they do. And I just kind of think we all need to work together and stop name calling, because I just don't think that's been very productive.
Anything else?
But that's it from me.
Thanks so very much. Next up is Michelle Robinson.
Hello, my name is Michelle Robinson. I'm the Executive Director for Furniture Share. I've been here for 16 years, and this year we are celebrating 25 years of service. And during that time, Republic Service has been a great community partner, supporting Furniture Share and working together to keep materials out of the landfill. They continue to keep Furniture Share informed about the recycle days, where we participate and accept reusable furniture and household items. Last year, with the help of Republic Services, we redistributed 2,268 beds for kids, 3,032 items, household items and furniture, and diverted 622 tons from the landfill. We also partner with them with the Master Recycle program to educate the community for our services. We are very fortunate to have Republic Services as a part of our community. They continue to make a difference for all our citizens, keeping our community clean, free of unwanted debris and trash, while recycling items to organizations to reuse to those in need. Thank you.
Thank you.
Speak and pause.
Linda, let's see if things are working for you now.
Speak and pause. Do you hear a replay?
We can hear you, Linda. Not. Well, it looks like Linda's connection got lost. Sorry to hear that. So we'll give her an opportunity to get back. Sir, you're up next.
Hi, I'm Fred Penning. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
I live at 2910 Northwest Arthur here in Corvallis, Oregon, and I'd like to talk about the economic perspective of this. I've been out of the country for 3 months, so I haven't really been able to follow all the things prior to this. Maybe I'll be repeating some things, but this is going to have a huge financial impact, I think, on the area, particularly the county. And Coffin Butte's a huge asset. We enjoy vastly reduced disposal rates, having it in our backyard, so to speak. And when it closes, those rates are going to increase dramatically, maybe 4 or 5 times as much. I don't know. And the county's no longer going to get those franchise fees that we currently use to fund numerous programs, services, et cetera. This is all a given. It's been talked about many times. But my question is, does it have to happen sooner than later? We're pretty much aware of the feelings of the folks who live around the landfill, and I understand their perspective. But that's a small percentage of the population of the county, and I'm concerned that maybe not the other 98% aren't fully aware of the financial ramifications sooner than later. So have they been, like I said, I've been out for 3 months. I don't know how well people have been informed. Listen to you folks. There have been some polls and other stuff. So I'm encouraged by the fact that maybe more of the populace understands what's going on. But my question would be, if it were put to just the voters of the county, would the 98% vote to start paying quite higher rates sooner or later? And from my perspective, I'd vote for the expansion. And in conjunction with one of the previous speakers, it's not just Benton County residents. Everyone that the area is served by Coffin Butte, all the customers that come in from outside, they're going to be huge transportation costs to everybody. So I think that's really a perspective that that this group and the commissioners are going to have to face. It's going to be a tough decision. I hope I'm representing the other 98% of the county well, and I appreciate the fact that you guys have worked so hard and your commitment and the city staff to serving the constituents of the county. Thanks.
Thank you. Last call for anyone on the web, and it looks like Linda, take it away.
I wonder if she takes off the headphones. I've heard that if the headphones are off, people can hear it better.
Okay, Linda, so you appear to have your mute button on. And so I don't know if that was on your headset. You might unplug your headset and go through your laptop or computer.
Okay, how am I doing now? Okay, thank you. I apologize. This is just
never easy.
Technical problems. Good afternoon. My name is Linda J. Brewer. I'm certified by the Soil Science Society of America as a professional soil scientist. I have more than 22 years experience in organic waste management, science, education, and outreach. I've been a resident of Benton County for more than 35 years. I have served for more than 10 years as a member of the Benton County Solid Waste Advisory Committee and would gladly have continued that service had the activity remained proactive and productive. I wish to make 5 points this afternoon. First, the human lifespan has more than doubled since 1900, largely due to improvements in sanitation and waste management. A functional waste management program is essential to civil order and public health. Over the last 50 years or so, the trend in the solid waste sector has been toward consolidation. This group's goal to drive Republic services out of Benton County flies in the face of this reality. What assurances does the group offer that the next big solid waste company will respond to their demands better than Republic? The idea that the county government would take on management of solid waste is ludicrous. Where is the expertise? Where is the funding to buy the landfill from Republic? How would a new division of county administrators and workers be paid? The name Trash Talks Trash denies the gravity of this group's proposal, and I find it offensive. It suggests a certain lightheartedness and humor about an issue of paramount concern to all critical thinkers living or working in Benton County. I've disappeared, but I'm still here. Let's assume, for the sake of mental math, that the population living directly under the impact of the landfill is 700. I think that's generous. Let's further assume that the population of Benton County, Oregon is 84,000, when in fact, I believe it's now a bit above 96,000. That makes the complainers less than 1% of the community population, Fred, so you were being very generous. This group seeks to convince more than 99% of county residents that the dissatisfaction of 1% should impact all of us, and I say no. Solid waste deposit of some type at Coffin Butte predates World War II. All complainants have benefited from reduced home purchase prices and reduced property taxes because of your proximity to a working landfill that predates your decision to buy. Look, it's as though y'all woke up one day and said, damn, we bought next door to a landfill. This was your decision, and I think you should assume responsibility for it. I thank you very much for your time and attention.
Thank you. Last call for anyone online for public comment. I'll look back to the audience in case someone came in after the ask previously. Does any member of the audience physically present have any public comment? I remind everyone who is listening that there is another opportunity for public comment that begins approximately 5 p.m. Because Daniel, apparently you have some update to do. Because we promised public comment would go to 2:15. If anyone hops online or enters the room and someone sees them, maybe we can get their attention somehow and know they can still take that public opportunity period to 2:15 while we move on to other things. And of course, again, there's the opportunity at approximately 5 o'clock. Thank you so much. All right. Introduce key findings and recommendations and review tonight's plan for these activities. So, Darren, because you have such great penmanship, if you could go up to the yellow Post-it note chart and write some of this down, and give you sort of the order of approach as proposed, and then you will, the work group will tell me if this makes sense or is nonsense and something else should go on.
Sam, I have 6 colors of pens. Can you poll using these colors?
Okay. Any work group comment, thoughts on Darren right now in the moment? Do they need to go into the report? All right, it's writer's choice, so you can pick which ones you want. So going through the 5 subcommittees in the order that we have them in the report, which is SMMP. So you can just, yeah, yes, SMMP. Call it size and life is the next one, size/life. Third one is legal. Fourth one is past, CUP. And final one is community ed as an education and public involvement. Those are the order they appear in our draft document. For each of those topics, taking them one at a time, we will ask for the staff and members of that particular subcommittee if there are first any findings that they would like to call to the attention of their colleagues. These could be findings where you think there wasn't robust. So this step one would be, you could keep it there on the page. So yeah, step one would be findings. And step two are recommendations. So what we'll ask staff first, have they identified any findings that they think should be brought to the attention of the work group? And we will discuss those and the same for any recommendations. Basically meaning during the course of the internal subcommittee discussions, were there areas that were where there was what I'll call still some remaining I dotting and T crossing that needs to be done, or there's still some level of concern about that perhaps we can discuss with the whole work group and get some guidance on and possibly make some tweaks to those findings and recommendations. And then I'll ask basically staff, knowing what we know now, based on the discussions we just will have had, are there any what I'm calling cross subcommittee disagreements or potential disagreements? So this is where subcommittee X believes that they would do something different with another subcommittee's finding X. And so there is some potential reconciliation that needs to be done. And then I'm going to ask for members by each of these topics, first SMMP and so on, are there any particular findings you want to call out that you think would benefit from more open work group discussion? And then of course, same for recommendations and last call. So we'll see how that process works, and can always edit it on the fly. But before I engage in that kind of process protocol, does anyone have any questions about it or equally important suggestions for improving that? Well, let's give it a try and see how it works, knowing that we can in fact do it. Where it is necessary to tee up one of those so you could see it in real time in front of you, you have two documents that will help. One, you have the full draft 5 work group report with a new logo on the front. And then you have the 8.5 by 14 piece of paper or the crosswalk document like we had last month that tees up some of the areas that staff identified as potentially of interest or just simply information. And so you will see, for instance, on page 1, item 1 deals with documents, documenting and reviewing reports. Number 2 is CUP application notifications and public involvement, and so on. So they thought those were potential things that that may need to be raised. So that was sort of the quick and dirty way to put them in one place. But the body of our work should be by looking at the report itself, the specific findings and recommendations in the report. And what staff will be doing is keeping track of suggested changes. And we will, if we get to something beyond just discussion and explanation, but we get to the suggestion for improvement stage, they will be actually in their own desk, writing that out longhand or on their computers to keep notes. And Maren will be asked to change them in real time. So to the extent we need to vote on 1, 2, or 3, you'll have it in front of you. So we're going to be doing this in real time. And for those of you who have been intimately involved in these lengthy subcommittee meetings, you know that group editing Word document in real time is just a joy. And everyone wanted you to enjoy their past enjoyment as we've done it, but it will move us forward to our deadline. So let's first, SMMP, that's Daniel, was the lead. I'm going to ask you first, and Darren, you might put that sort of off to the side, that page off to the side, and we'll keep some running notes as to what findings or recommendations first from SMMP that we would go forward. So I guess I'll ask you, Daniel, first, looking at the SMMP findings, are there any of those findings that do not have agreement amongst the members of your work group, subcommittee?
No, not that we identified during our meeting.
Okay, and how about recommendations?
No.
Okay, if there are members of the subcommittee who are in the audience or who are online, do you have any thoughts different than Daniel's summary, which in essence is saying that the SMM subcommittee is in alignment on the SMMP findings and recommendations? So I'll start with the members at the table. So who was on the SMMP work group? And so we'll do it in order. Marge, any particular SMMP findings or recommendations that you would like to have us tee up to call out to the good of the order? None from Marge. John?
I do not.
Okay, Doctor? Okay, any members on the on the video who are part of the SMMP subcommittee have any findings or recommendations that they'd like to point out because they think there might be some remaining disagreement? Again, we're just kind of trying to triage and see what is likely out there. So I'm not seeing any members there. Now let's go through the same process for the next subcommittee, which is landfill size.
Sam, we missed one member of the SMMP.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see you, Sean. Please, anything to add?
For the doctor?
No,
I'm good.
it's better than lawyer. Right?
That's true. I'm good.
Thank you. All right, let's now go to landfill size, capacity, longevity. Same question to Daniel. Were there any findings that you would like to call attention to because you believe there is remaining or is now some internal disagreement on any of the findings?
I don't believe so, no,
Okay, how about recommendations?
I don't believe so.
Okay, if you could put your 10 up, if you were in the, at the table and you were on the landfill size capacity subcommittee, so I know who to call on. And so I see Chuck and Ginger. So Chuck, any findings that you think there's still pending disagreement on or yuck over?
Well, yes, there always is when you get cousins together talking about something, but there was, I mean, we marched real fast, but there's a lot of stuff that was really resolved in 11th hour. So I appreciated everybody's energies there. The question always is, you know, size, capacity, and longevity works under the SMMP too. So even though we were working on size capacity, we knew that the apex was the SMP working shoulder to shoulder with everything.
Were there any specific findings or recommendations that you believe you personally would like to share for discussion with the work group?
Well, it's hard to argue with the stuff that come down off the mountain here. So we'll just take it on faith.
Okay. Are there, so on same question to those members of that group, and I have Ginger and Ken. So Ken, take it away, please.
Sure. I just want to note that I didn't know that this was going to be an opportunity. We have been working so hard on that entire document. I haven't had the opportunity. I cannot speak today to the findings and recommendations because I haven't had a chance to look at them.
Okay. Ginger?
Yeah, hi, Sam. I just kind of wanted to reiterate a little bit of what Ken and Chuck were saying. There was a significant amount, a monumental amount of work that was still taking place on this document, literally up until, I think, 12 p.m. yesterday. I know we've all gone through the findings and recommendations as a subcommittee at least one, if not two times, but we were making alterations to them, you know, going back and forth on wording, really up until the, 11th and a half hour. So I don't believe there's anything polarizing at this point, but I can't say for certainty that the subcommittee has reached consensus on those findings because we have really not had time to take a breath and pause and go through them with clear eye and a little bit of breathing room. I think we're pretty close. I think we are in agreement on more than we are not. But it would not surprise me if there are a couple of here and there that give some members pause.
So thank you both. Just to be clear, we are not asking, I am not asking if there was consensus as much as I'm asking, are there any of these findings or recommendations that you think you would like to discuss in front of the whole work group so they have the benefit of the discussions you were involved in during the subcommittee process. So we're not doing any formal polling today. We're just trying to make sure that people have context for the current state of it. As I mentioned at the beginning of the meeting, the work group informal poll will go out on Monday, but to the extent there were topics that were lingering or you think people need to know more about, this would be the opportunity to do it. It's not your last call. It's not your agreement that every word and every finding and every recommendation is appropriate. That's not the purpose. Ken?
Yeah, I just want to say I haven't had the opportunity to sit with the findings, to actually do this sort of sorting through them as to what to call forward. So I understand. I haven't been able to look at the findings, with that lens in mind. I really haven't had the. So that's just what I would like to say. Just unprepared, essentially, to do the step that you're discussing here.
So just so we have clear understanding of what has happened and not happened. I'd like to hear from both Ken and Ginger, who became, if you will, a subcommittee for many of the portions of that document. As I read the email traffic, it appeared that you had, at least the two of you, reached understandings and we're sending back and forth track changed documents. It is clear that you have not had, and I get it, an opportunity to make sure that those track changes were copy and pasted into the body of the document. Is that a fair statement of where you both left it off?
Yes, I think so.
Ken?
Yes.
Thank you so much. Is there, all right, so that takes care for the moment. Again, we're just trying to triage here, get ahead of issues. This is nothing more. Next up is the legal issues and land use review committee. So Greg, why don't you come forward and get closer to our friend the owl? And same question to you, were there any findings or recommendations that you believe should be brought to the work group's attention in real time?
I am not aware of any issues internal to this.
Okay. Same with findings and recommendations. Okay, is there any member, and Jenny, you may please come up too and sit next to John there, who is retiring, by the way, on July 1st and needs friends post-retirement. Congratulations, John, by the way, well deserved. So are any members of that legal subcommittee either that believe that there was a finding or recommendations where there was internal disagreement as of yesterday at noon?
As of yesterday, I think that we've reached consensus on all the findings and recommendations.
Okay. I'm not seeing anyone else in the, oh, Jeff Condit.
I agree with you.
Okay, any members of the legal subcommittee that are on Zoom have anything different to say? All right.
Sam, Liz Irish is also.
Oh, there, God, there you are. You are always over there. Why are you?
I entered the room and you pointed me here. I'm hoping this is my name, and it is. I said, Tam, I was following your directions.
That's appreciated, and I sit here embarrassed.
That's okay. No, I don't. I think we're all in agreement.
Okay. All right. Let's go now to the next one, past land use, past CUP. Inga, come on up here. Are there any findings, or you can sit if you'd like, or do you prefer to stand? Are there any findings or recommendations from your perspective that you think should be called out and presented to the work group for discussion?
No.
Okay. Let me, for those of you in the room that were on the past CUP, if you turn up your tent so I don't miss you, and I'll ask you basically the same question. Are there particular findings or recommendations that you believe from an internal perspective should be brought to the attention? Because it's important, nuance needs to be added or context needs to be added, what have you. Ed, Catherine, anything?
Sure. So I will just say that I feel like we had a really interesting and unique task, and that we are looking at 50 years worth of records and documents, of which often, and from most of the benefit of this group, was that there was just not conclusions that could be drawn, sometimes effectively or even objectively, with some of those records as far as land use decisions and the history of Coffin landfill. So the consensus inconsistencies or lack of consensus that you may see in our report really might reflect the fact that there was just not an ability to get the documents that were needed. That being said, there were some different perspectives on a couple of points, of which we have included in part in our introduction, thanks to Inga's work, and also in our conclusion as a matter of our public members of, and Jeff Condit was part of our subcommittee as well. Ed Patera, Emma Jaeger, and myself drew those conclusions, and there were a few points that we just wanted to point this group to in review of the documents, to where those records omissions were or had occurred, or where we did not quite meet that consensus.
So let's put on, we should go to, after we get the list, we should go to the CUP intro and conclusion to identify areas there. And then are there any specific findings or recommendations that we should hone in on, or are they already mentioned in those two places, the intro and conclusion?
Those two places.
Okay, so we're gonna do our hit list of intro, conclusion, that will bring up those issues. Any other work group members on that subcommittee?
Sam, can I just comment to your comment?
Please.
So the findings and recommendations are or are not going to be in that space, or are we going to point to those in that introduction and conclusion? I know we had a little bit of confusion about that.
So there's sort of the following periods of time. For purposes of today, in the next couple hours, if there are specific findings or recommendations in any of the subcommittee sections of the report that anyone wants to talk about, we should talk about them today. And so I'm just kind of getting the list of those. So I'm making this up. What are you, CUP F7, CUP F13, whatever it may be. And if those are already named in your conclusion, then we will, and intro conclusion, we'll have those lists and be able to talk about each and every one of them in order. The findings and recommendations will be in the body of the work group report, and you will see them in their current state on page 75. Is where your introduction is, your subcommittee's introduction. And that goes on and it has all of your findings and recommendations and conclusions there. So it'd be that document that is already in the body of the work group report. And then next up, the other member of that group that I see present is Mark Jaeger. So Mark, did you have any other than what Catherine and Ed identified, the findings and recs in the intro conclusion, are there any others that you would like to call the attention to? We're not going to talk about them in a second. We're just kind of getting the list.
Yeah, thanks, Sam. What I would say at this point is I apologize because I'm not prepared to, there are some that I think might need to be highlighted, but similar to Ginger and Ken and how they felt, because I was participating in the landfill capacity subcommittee as well. We were working on this until the very last second, and I have not had time to go through and see what the final product looks like. So,
right.
hopefully before next week's meeting, I'll be able to get something out and say, here's some things I think we need to focus on.
And everyone will be able to do that. I am simply suggesting,
How was it?
It was great.
whoever.
How long were we gone for?
Please mute.
20 minutes.
Folks on the video, would you be so kind as to mute your audio because we can hear your conversation? Thanks so much. All I'm suggesting is, you know, intuitively and instinctively, based on the work over the last week, those topics that were controversial and potentially problematic. This is the opportunity for you to give context and background from them. This is not an ask to say the wording that you tentatively agreed to or routine up as it got copy and pasted with their fidelity there, but that were there issues that you think people should have background on before we get to that final polling. So I'm just trying to get ahead of that so you can educate people about those areas that you know are hot. I mean, I personally can, in your subcommittee, could probably list 5 or 6 areas where there was some back and forth. And so I'm asking you, and maybe in the next.
Maybe we'll come back to that, or do you want to wait now?
You can, if you have those lists now, we'll tee them up so we know what they are.
The ones that we kept going back and forth on, or the collection area, the geographical limitation versus the regional collection versus there's always new information coming out. So for me, it was surprised to learn this week that we actually take material from out of state. So that kind of general thing of what's the limitations on waste disposal or waste placement. One thing, another one that keeps going back and forth is leachate management. Whether it's DEQ or whether it's the county, where is the dividing line between the authorities? And thank Republic for getting us the right numbers, the number of trucks a day. I think we're kind of saying somewhere between 6 and 15, average about 15-ish. There's perception issues that keep coming up. Old, original land decisions that set expectations back in the 70s and 80s for screening or alternate use, where land was going to be returned to grazing or some other beneficial use that's consistent with the area. From our perspective, there are some things that preclude that now. Maybe folks didn't realize that it was precluded, and it starts getting into something called closure. And turns out not a lot, 40 acres of the landfill are considered closed, and nothing needs to be done on those. They are what they are. At least in the DEQ regulations, as I read them. And those turn to hot buttons in the community, like terracing in shallow slopes. So we've gone back and forth on whether or not those requirements from the county are still valid, and whether or not the designs approved by DEQ supersede the county, or actually what it's coming down to, it looks like it's built. So it's what was approved and built precludes compliance with county conditions of approval. So that's what we've gone back and forth a couple of times.
So we'll capture each of those and go back through them one at a time, so we can get that. Well, this is, again, last call. That's the conversation as the conversation evolves and,
Sam, can I just provide a point of clarification, I think, Ed?
okay.
Is that
Well, to a clarification to his list or a
to the
rebuttal.
statement he just made?
Yeah, let's wait on
Okay.
doing that till we actually are in the substantive discussion, because there'll be more than,
There are lots of nuances on that.
okay. Darren, the workers' compensation claim forms are around the corner in HR for you to fill out.
Sam, can be excused.
All right, so again, we're just trying to get a handle on this. Community education and public involvement survey. Amelia was the staff person on that. From your perspective, do you see any findings or recommendations that might benefit from further discussion?
No, I don't. I think that we're in a pretty solid place.
Okay, for those, let's go to the work group members who are on that. We have Marge, we have Mary and Louisa. So, Marge, were there any sections of that public involvement that you think we should discuss it, would benefit from?
No, I think we came to a agreement and a negotiated agreement. It's probably, the history is probably not, you know, what I would have written, but, and probably not what Ginger would have written. Or Mark and I, but we did come to an agreement.
Great. Mary,
I think we're pretty solid.
Louisa?
I think we're good.
Okay. So, let's go through the next round of questions really quickly to find out, are there areas where there's potential cross-sub disagreement? And as I've been tracking this information, it seems the areas where there were more joint meetings, you know, two subcommittee meetings at the same time, it really was the past CUP subcommittee and the legal subcommittee meeting. Are there specific findings or recommendations where there is a difference of opinion that needs to be teed up so the work group has a firmer and better understanding? I'll look to Greg and Inga because they were the staff folks on both of those. So Greg, were there some on from your perspective that should be attended to?
Yeah, I'll mention the effect of the land use file PC-83-7, 1983 land use decision. What did that approve? What did it not approve? And what did the conditions require? That's an area where I think there's a fair bit of discussion between the two groups and within the groups. And then also the status of the 2002 memorandum of understanding between the county and for public services. Also had a fair bit of discussion and a fair bit of bearing on what the status of various land use decisions is today. Those are the two that most immediately come to mind.
Inga, are there any others that immediately come to your mind as the
Crossover between county what the county regulates, regulates, conditional use.
Okay. Members of either of those subcommittees, legal and or past CUP, where you see potential differences between the two that you haven't already mentioned. Because all we're doing is creating the list, and then we'll come back and knock them off one at a time. Ed?
The security of the financial assurance, if something goes wrong with the landfill, is there enough money
to correct everything consistent with town requirements. So it kind of wraps up a whole bunch of them. That's actually a three-party discussion between the two groups and DEQ, because there's probably some other things that can be done. We just haven't had a chance to talk.
Okay. Any other members of the legal, Jeff, anything that you saw as far as cross differences between the past CUP and legal?
Not any that have, I don't think there are any that haven't been mentioned yet by folks.
Jenny?
I agree, the four that have mentioned are the ones that I see where there's some crossover.
Okay. Are there any work group members that in the moment, again, not last call, we're just trying to get an agenda that'll have some completeness and efficiency to it, where no one's pulling on anything here as far as final versions of anything that you've heard of or thought of, or that on crossover events or findings and recs that may be problematic from your perspective and want to give a heads up to folks on?
Sam, I have one for SMMP, but not for either of the two that.
Okay, so, yeah, I just want to finish on those. So what is the one, which one do you have, Daniel? What's the crossover?
So SMMP, there's not a designated crossover finding or recommendation, but it just relates to their work. Recommendation number 25 talks about the county considering whether or not to have a SMMP in place prior to major materials management decisions. And it relates to just the landfill expansion application and associated timing that the legal and land use committee has spoken about, so.
Okay, we'll add that to the list.
Finding recommendation.
Recommendation number 25.
And Sam, I heard Jenny say 4 items. I had 3 at that point. Was there?
Back in the 1983 decision, the 2002 MOU, the county regulations was the DEQ regulation, and the final one was the financial assurances.
Okay.
All right. Members, any findings or recommendations that you just want to get on this initial queue? Again, not last call, after dinner, we can finish up whatever needs to be done. All right, so what I'm going to suggest here, to give time for staff and me to organize this and call out what specific Fs and Rs for findings and recommendations we need to address in what order. Let's take our first 15-minute break now and come back at 3. And then staff, you can meet us up in the front of the room, and we will create the first draft of the requisite findings and recommendations. And we'll put them in some logical order and just knock them off one at a time. And so we'll be, folks on the web, we will be back at 3 o'clock. Thanks so much.
We're having some audio issues.
Welcome back, everyone. Greetings. It is 3:08 approximately, 3:07, and we are back. The good news is the technical problems with the owl furthest away from me appear to have been fixed, as evidenced by Ryan taking a sip of his coffee and waving it at us. So that is now working. Hopefully that'll improve the audio, folks. Additionally, county staff has taken the feedback we've received, against preliminary last call, and try to arrange and triage these issues. Mary, this may be an impossible task, So because you're a grad students can do everything. If you can create a Word document that you can share with the people on video, that is going to summarize the order in which we're talking about issues. And it'll refer to a topic, and then it'll have key findings and key recommendations that are important. Before I ask Aaron to do that, Marge has a comment, so Marge, please take it away.
Okay, I have an observation that just happened to me as during the break. I had thought that having these subcommittees was just a really good idea to divide and conquer all this huge range of information or knowledge that we need to form. But now that I've listened to this crosstalk or crosswalk, I realize that I don't know a lot about what happened in the other subcommittees. It's a silo. They're silos. And now I feel like we need another couple of months to integrate and digest what we're hearing from the other subcommittees. And I think that's a real weakness in this report that's coming out. And I wonder if anyone else has any comments or similar feelings, able to comfort me.
Thank you, Marge. Chuck?
Well, what I really appreciated was actually the recordings, because especially the visual effects, because there's a lot of stuff in body language and eyes and everything else that you can see from the other members there, if they're compassionate about it or if they're really ready to duke it out, you know, and stuff like that. But that many times when I was reading something in ours, I would go to the legal there and see Greg and the counselors talking, and that really gave substance to what we were doing. You know, that clarified it all. And of course, the War and Peace novel done by Ed really helped out too, to go back and put everything in context. But then sometimes it, you know, you had to stop and think, I'm in reality over here, but the history is good and stuff like that to find substance. So thank you.
John?
Well, Marge, I don't know if this will comfort you, but I feel like, this has been a long process, and we've had we had good opportunity to hear what some of the other committees have been talking about, the subcommittees in these meetings. I think also I've not read every thing they've had, but I've tried to keep up with it. And I'm somewhat comfortable in having discussions about it, hearing, you know, what may come out in some of these discussions about the points of controversy would be helpful at this point. And I would anticipate we would focus on those and not the things that they're in total agreement, because I feel we have to have a certain amount of trust between the folks here in the room.
Any other thoughts? And we can come back and do this at the end of tonight, because then you'll have at least this run through of that discussion and issues and see how you feel. So maybe please make a note that we'll come back and revisit this issue under next steps. I also suggest that you look at the makeup of the membership of each of these subcommittees. And I think you will see, with the possible exception based on your perceptions in politics and views, that with the exception of the legal subcommittee, there are members that span the spectrum on each and every one of them. And it was the same kind of consensus process. So even if there was one member of your team or philosophical background or point of view there, he, she, or they could block something from going forward. So look at that as well and see if that works, and if not, we'll talk about it at the end of the meeting. Any other last process Observations or points anyone wants to make before we go into this agenda? Yes, Mark.
Well, Mark Yeager, I don't want to put you on the spot here, but I went over to talk to him about the SMMP process. And he said he thought it was about how we were going to deal with the landfill. And yet that's something that barely is touched in the SMMP subcommittee. And Ed made the point that
I made a point of on the recommendations when they were all sent around the first draft, like maybe draft three. I didn't comment in your section, sorry. But the first one was that the landfill needed to be addressed to be comprehensive for the SMMP, and I don't see that on the list at all. I mean, it just got washed out.
And so I want to capture that somewhere. So what do you think is missing from the SMMP?
Any mention of how to deal with the landfill? We're dealing with influencing people's behaviors on all this material that we generate as individuals in the county. But that's only like 10% of what comes into the county as quote potential waste. That's actual waste. That's just, if we look at the county as a total and we say, okay, we want to make sure that we do everything right. And we say, all right, we have all these products coming in, so let's promote the ones that don't create waste. We're accepting a stream that's 10 times larger than anything we could have to do with the SMMP that's based on products. So it's kind of like the SMMP doesn't count. It has no impact on the total amount of material coming into the county. Is that what I conveyed to you before?
Okay, so let me just capture the issue. We're not going to discuss the issue in the moment. I just want to capture it so it's an agenda item. So it is, the agenda item is something like the ability of the SMMP to truly impact the longevity and use of the landfill and the ramifications thereof. Is that a general topic that captures this? You're concerned that the landfill is not addressed in the SMMP work.
That's as good as any way.
Okay, so we'll capture that. Then you had another point?
well, I just wanted to, I saw Mark
Yeah.
Yeager approaching the table.
Well, she did put me under pressure.
Yeah. So I held up.
What we talked about during the break was I said I hadn't had an opportunity to look at any of the SMMP subcommittee's work because, of course, I've been heavily involved in several of the other subcommittees. And I mentioned that I thought that the SMMP would include a sort of planning or vision about what the future of the landfill is going to be, because it's a critical piece of Benton County's materials management. It's not just the 10% of material that's coming from Benton County and going to the landfill. It's the fact that we are hosting a landfill, and the future of that should be part of the materials management plan.
Okay.
And I haven't looked to see if it's there. I think Marge mentioned that it might be in the outline table of contents, but I haven't looked to see if it's in any of the findings or recommendations. So that was the nature of the conversation.
Thank you.
So I think it's captured up there with what's been put up now.
Great. So that will be one of the topics for discussion tonight. Did you have was there another one? Last call and any opening preparatory comments before we jump into this agenda. So let Darren finish his notes, and then what staff did is captured the general themes by the 5 categories, as you see here. And then staff provided the actual findings and recommendations under each of those topics. And so, again, Mara, this is the part where I'm gonna ask you the best you can to listen to what Darren reads off to us, so the people online can see those topics that are being discussed. And so basically it is kind of in a slower pace, Darren, so there's an opportunity to write in. What is the order of things for us?
Well, using the categories that we started with, under the category of Sustainable Materials Management Plan, SMMP, recommendation 25.
Okay, look at that.
Under the category of past conditional use permit conditions, and under the subcategory of regional collection area or geographic area, a CUP finding 14. Legal and land use finding 7. CUP recommendation 7, and CUP finding number 6. So under the subcategory of conditional use permit dealing with leachate, CUP finding 20 and CUP recommendation 13. Then under this subcategory, status of prior conditions, which includes, well, just status of prior conditions, CUP finding 7, CUP recommendation 1, and CUP recommendation 18. So still following the theme of prior conditions of approval, but under the subtopic of closure, we have CUP finding 15 and CUP finding 16, CUP recommendation 9.
Slow down a little bit.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. And also legal land use finding 3 sub A, 3 sub B, and 3 sub C. Moving on to the CUP subcategory, dealing with terracing, slopes, and I believe also encompassing visual appearance and reclamation. We have CUP finding 7, CUP finding 15, and CUP finding 17. Continuing on with past conditions of approval, under the category of jurisdiction, questions about the jurisdiction between Oregon Department of Environmental Quality and Benton County. We have CUP finding number 19, and then CUP recommendations 11 and recommendation 14. Also under that category, we have legal and land use recommendation 9. So then moving on to the last subsection of the prior conditions of approval, we have CUP recommendation 3, CUP recommendation 4, and legal and land use recommendation 11. So I'll just pause there.
What was the last subcategory?
The last subcategory, thank you, Daniel, is under the prior conditions of approval, enforcement, monitoring and enforcement. So that was CUP R3, R4, and LLU R11. So then there are a handful of crossover issues that are not covered and not already covered in what we've done there, dealing with the 1983 land use decision, remaining potential findings, legal and land use finding 15, and finding 22. Remaining crossover issues relating to the 2002 MOU are CUP finding 18, and then legal and land use findings 15 and 23. And last but not least, relating to the jurisdiction question between DEQ and Benton County, legal and land use recommendation 9. And then just capture your additional issues that were raised by Marge and Chuck and Mark. And so I just got 2 things. One is meeting time to review work between the subcommittees, request for that. And then also this question about whether the SMMP is able to address waste going to.
So let's move that last one up to that chart there. The top 2 are process, which we're gonna do, but we're gonna get through the list. So it would be, instead of no F&R identified, it would in fact be this, the last one, ability of SMMP, to deal with landfill related. All right, so that's our task. So I'm just looking at this and there are no legal, the legal issues are findings and recs that are related are in some of the subcategories that you dealt with here.
I think what this means here, Sam, is that within the legal and land use subcommittee, there are no areas of disagreement or conflict identified. However, when we move over to this conversation about discussions between the subcommittees, there are some legal and land use findings and recommendations that.
Okay. All right. So we checked in on our agenda. So we have 1 hour before dinner. We obviously have a robust list of crossover issues, and let's take them as presented. So the first issue is SMMP. And that was the issue that Marge and Mark raised before we went into this agenda exercise. And, so Daniel, I'm going to need your attention because you are the SMMP staff person there. Sorry. So let me just open up the question with, to what extent, if any, does the SMMP section deal with the landfill and or the relationship between how this plan could possibly work and how it will affect the landfill? Daniel.
So the SMMP subsection, the subcommittee report details landfill and really the disposal life cycle phase pretty extensively in the list of topics to cover. So we not only have a list of questions to be answered with the subcategory of disposal specifically, so that encompasses landfill disposal, but other disposal options as well, including alternative technologies for disposal. And then we also detail kind of this in like a table of contents in the appendix A. So I think the subcommittee has pretty extensively reviewed disposal as part of an overall SMMP to the extent that the findings and recommendations cover disposal. There's some findings that essentially detail how disposal and how the landfill specifically comes into an SMMP, but explaining how an SMMP is not about disposal specifically or landfill options. And then there's also another recommendation about the sort of inter-county connectivity around disposal and the need to have a cooperative plan between counties to address the impacts that are associated with the materials coming to Coffee Duke landfill, but that Benton County doesn't have jurisdiction over.
Okay, so the order of the two, I saw Ed, then Mark. Mark, why don't you, if you're comfortable, come sit closer. So people on the Zoom can hear you. So Ed, Mark, will be the order.
It's really a question on scope. This SRMP is really focused on materials that are purchased first time. Me as a resident saying, I'm gonna buy something and making a choice based on this plan, is what's the better thing to buy? No?
I wouldn't say so. The SMMP covers the full life cycle of materials flowing through the system, most of which we, like the data points to from a waste perspective. So materials that are disposed help us inform, but it's not necessarily new material. It includes material that's already been through the system or has been in use in some way, reused, recycled, for instance. So it's not just like virgin material running through the system from point A to point B.
Okay. So you would get into things like mining the landfill to recover material and reuse it?
Possibly. This subcommittee focused on recommendations to the experts to develop this plan. So it's possible that the experts would go into that level of depth, but I think we asked a significant amount of questions for that expert, and they would essentially dive into those details as needed to address the impacts of the materials across their life cycle to the extent that the subcommittee felt appropriate.
So will there be a section that says this is what comes in from, I mean, 1 million tons a year of a waste stream, and you'll have a plan for what to do with that?
Almost certainly. Yeah, there's a subsection of our recommendations that says essentially to explain the status of materials running through the system.
Taking that money out, I'm specifically saying that what's going to the landfill will be addressed in your plan.
Almost certainly. Like I said, these are recommendations for what the consultant would choose to deliver on. But that's essentially what we're asking for, is the status of material flow through the landfill, but in addition, material flow that goes outside of the landfill. So yes, that's the group's recommendation.
But what concerning that what the consultant chooses to work on?
Yeah, so this group recommends the consultant to deliver on a set of questions to be answered. One of those questions is, what is the material flow through the landfill?
Okay. If they say they don't have anything to offer on materials flowing to the landfill, does that disqualify the consultant?
We haven't gone into that specificity. If a certain question to be answered that they say they can't answer, if that would disqualify an applicant.
So let me just try to, I think, cut to the point of this. The SMMP worked on creating an RFP to hire an SMMP consultant. That RFP outlines in the form of a table of contents, the topics that the successful bidder needs to opine on. Those will go into the contract between Benton County and the successful bidder. If he, she, it, or they are not going to perform something that's in the contract, then, usually the county will say, hey, topic 13, which is this topic we're talking about, for lack of a better term, you haven't done anything about that. And if they say, well, we just don't have the expertise, the response is, go find it. You agree, this is part of your scope of work. This wasn't a suggestion as to what the table of contents, what the subject should be. It is in fact a deliverable, which is to answer the question, 13.
That's the right word, deliverable.
Yeah,
I'm okay with that.
okay. Marge.
Yeah, I guess at the beginning of the SMMP subcommittee process, I did bring this up. And I guess I was told, I believe I heard that it should not be part of the SMMP subcommittee. And now I think this is the elephant in the room, that we host, Benton County hosts the landfill. That makes us different from other counties. And in this SMMP RFP subject, we dealt only with Benton County's entire cycle of waste. Only Benton County, that 8 and 12% of waste that is coming to rest in our county. And I guess now I believe that we should have sent, that was probably that charge. And so then you can say, well, that's what the Board of Commissioners charged you with. It does seem, I will just say that because Benton County hosts a landfill, that's a really important aspect of solid waste or solid waste management, sustainable materials management for Benton County. Very significant.
So I'm not hearing anyone disagreeing with the importance of what you just said. The question, I think, operationally is, will the consultant, let's assume the consultant complies with the contract that it signs and gives the deliverables that are outlined there. Is there in this document a deliverable that speaks to the issue that Marge just articulated? Is there a line item in the proposed table of contents of what the SMMP should look like that captures the ask to provide the information necessary for people to explore the situation Marge has just outlined?
May I just say, I will accept that there is a line item that deals with that in the table of contents. What I will say is that it probably should be 90% of what we're discussing here. 90% of impact on Benton County residents with respect to sustainable materials and solid waste management has to do with the landfill that we are hosting for basically the state of Oregon, for a large part of the state of Oregon.
Okay. And Daniel, as I recall, because I wasn't obviously at all of the SMMP meetings, is there, to what extent, if any, is there a section that talks about benefit costs associated with hosting the landfill in the table of contents or the deliverable request? Because I believe at some point there was a discussion to move the generic benefit cost analysis to the SMMP experts work to do. And I don't know where that ultimately landed.
We discussed relatively extensively the benefit costs associated with the full life cycle of materials. So that's addressing the full impacts that we experience across the life cycle of materials. I don't think we have a line item that specifically says the landfill, but implicitly, I think the understanding of the subcommittee was that was included and that the experts would help us essentially define the level of impacts that each life cycle phase of a material has, including the landfill. And the rest of the program.
So I'm suggesting that we not leave something to be implicit. I think if we're gonna address this issue, it should be explicit. And so maybe you can be thinking of some draft language, and I'll circle through the chain here and see, because I don't want to just leave this as a hanging chad. So, John, Greg, Chuck.
Well, I would just point out two of the SMMP's committee's recommendations, R3, R4. Yeah, those are the primary ones. That I think it was, I agree with Marge that in the initial discussions of our charge and how we're going about it, we were looking mostly at Benton County. And as I recall, it was 2 or 3 meetings ago, perhaps, that we realized that this was an issue beyond Benton County, that there were more, it's only a small percentage of what's going into the landfill. So those two clauses in the recommendations, the spirit of those, the intent of those is to say, this RFP needs to point out and call out that to the prospective consultant. So I think we have it in there. I think we could possibly make it more emphasized. And I will look to landfill size capacities, R1, as well as R11. Those two make specific recommendations for the SMMP. And perhaps we could look at those and consider adding those to fortify that aspect.
Okay. Greg?
The process suggestion, which is, would it be beneficial to look at the table of contents that's proposed for the SMMP here on the screen? I know that's not part of the recommendation, but in a sense, that is the SMMP team's recommendation. It's part of their recommendation. So it's just a thought that would be helpful, because there's a whole section on manual disposal options, and that might help us out whether the topics that are being discussed are adequately framed or not.
Right, so I'll get the initial comments and then we'll look at actual screening, but it does appear that the work group I want to consider, whatever you want to do, you need to make it explicit. And whatever that is for you to decide. Chuck?
I just want to regress back to what Audrey said. We need to really define our terms, even though we're talking about materials, it's really in versus a linear progression of garbage disposal or in a circle environment, so forth. Even in that circle environment, there's still refuse going out of that. And the system is it's really dependent on both solid waste management and we're explicit with SMP to recognize that we are taking materials out, but we're not going to take all the materials out of the garbage initially there. So there has to be a refuse that really has to be addressed and how to handle that in the near future, since there's only 14 years left on the life cycle out there. Or if we can't, then it will amplify, if you will, expansion and stuff. So that's just the context.
Okay, Daniel?
So just to add to the sort of explicit call out, we had these discussions in our subcommittee in depth, and we had agreed to not focus on calling out the landfill, because what that does is it makes the landfill the center point of an SMMP, which frankly, shifting towards sustainable materials management is recognizing that the landfill isn't the center of the attention of this document. That would be a solid waste management plan, frankly. So I think if we're going to call life cycle phases out explicitly, for it to fit what our group has talked about, we would have to say the cost benefits of every phase of the life cycle, not just the landfill. We've done that in other sections of this report, and I don't think we need to do it in findings and recommendations again. just to speak to this, I think it's very clear when you read the document that the focus of this report is evaluating the impacts across each of the life cycle phases. And I'm very confident that there's not a need for any more explicit call out of the cost benefit of any of those life cycle phases, including disposal. I think it's adequately covered.
Okay, Catherine?
So I really appreciate that perspective, Daniel, thank you. My question would be, is that even with the SMMP, whatever we might achieve to improve our waste management, the likelihood that we would no longer need a landfill, whether it's in Benton County or otherwise, it's just unlikely. So is there a way for us to recognize the landfill component, maybe not our own specifically or explicitly, but just recognize the landfill component of the SMMP in some way? Do you hear what I'm saying? Not make it about Coffin Butte landfill per se, but really just to include that as an element of this discussion, because it is an element of solid materials management or solid waste management, both.
And I guess what I mentioned before is that's exactly what our group did, is we laid out each phase and each component, and we put a fair amount of emphasis on landfill disposal as a phase and calling out needed information about the current landfill situation. So I think when you read the document, you see that the report really emphasizes all of the information you just asked for.
Does it speak specifically to the benefit cost analysis from the county's perspective? Because it's clear that county is hosting materials, roughly from, 90% of it that's coming into the county came from outside the county. So does it specifically ask the consultant to deliver an analysis? Well, that sounded like.
I'm trying to find the graph. She's
Trying to order something from Amazon.
I was trying to find.
Right.
I apologize.
If you need my climate now, if you need it tomorrow, does it specifically, can you find quickly the sections that speak to the issue of benefit cost analysis? And let's hear what they say. From the perspective of the county hosting a landfill where 10% of its contents are local and 90% not local. Is there anything in there that talks about that? We're not trying to resolve the issue here of the substance. We're trying to say, have we put in place a ask in the form of a contract demand for a deliverable that answers these issues? We don't need the answers to the issues. That's why we're hiring consultants.
So apparently recommendation 6 and recommendation 4 of the subcommittee's work emphasizes what I'm getting at here.
Maybe Mark would put it on the screen and maybe you can read it to us, and I promise to call on Mark.
So SMMP should clarify benefit cost perspectives being addressed through an equity analysis, including financial cost impacts associated with materials management and outcomes, the equity of circular economy, how it engages and impacts consumers, a perspective that goes beyond landfilling, and a who's at the table list of stakeholder perspectives. Then recommendation 4 says counties impacting Benton County through their materials management practices, including by contributing materials to Coffin Butte landfill, should have an SMMP in place. The SMMP should have a perspective on how to strategize this. So I think between those two, there's a fair amount of emphasis on those benefit cost perspectives that apply across the full life cycle, and certainly would cover what we're talking about with hosting landfill in Benton County.
Mark.
I think it in no way addresses the issue of the cost benefit of Benton County hosting the landfill. I think that what you just clearly read, the words you just read are clear in that we're talking about a long-term a sustainable materials plan for Benton County here in R6, not what Benton County, not the benefit that the Benton County resident might get from franchise fees or monetary benefits from the landfill and weighing that to the cost of hosting a landfill.
I can briefly read some of the questions that we cover in the disposal section as well, that I think very clearly articulates this. If you'd like.
Please.
So one of the questions in the landfill disposal options section of our subcommittee report says, what are the true economic costs and benefits of landfilling for the county? What do these costs and benefits look like when projected into the future? Another question asks, what is the description of the existing landfill disposal system and process? What are the pros and cons? And there's a myriad of other questions that talk about landfills. Are there landfills other than Coffee Butte landfill that should be considered? What are the trade-offs, economic and environmental? What is the path forward that balances these competing interests, reducing waste generation, increasing recovery versus economic interests of landfilling? What is the risk assessment of a landfill? How can the county best manage these risks? What is the long-term outlook for the landfill? What is the best closure plan? What measures should be in place to manage the landfill's impacts after closure? So we dive into these questions in depth throughout this document.
Okay, so Garza, will you comment that I have a question?
Well, yes, we will have to dive to find that section. And that section was appended as part of the process. But what I'm pointing out is, and this is, I was part of that committee, so I have to take responsibility for not saying this earlier. But if that is such an incredibly intense part of what we worked on for the past few months, why did it not follow up into a recommendation? And it is not recommendation sales.
Okay, so I think everyone, well, I see Catherine and then Ed, or it's Sean, Catherine, Ed. Catherine was just kidding. So Sean and then Ed.
So I want to be very clear, I'm also with Benton County, so this is my own voice. I don't want to feel just because Daniel was saying this, it's a Benton County thing. I'm a policy analyst by trade. For me, and the excitement that I had being on this committee was being asked a question, and then we pursued that question. And the question was different than what we had been talking about, which is piercingly focused on Coffee Butte, which is absolutely a huge part of this, and please don't interpret that being vacant. This was a different question. This was a question on how can we address material management, and that was from the very beginning. I mean, that was okay, and that's why I was so excited to get. I thought our conversations were fruitful, productive, exploratory about the system, not a product or point. And I agree with what Daniel was saying, we really explored these, and so I agree that's the question, that was the path we took, but I also think that we were very exhaustive and had plenty of opportunity for comment on each step. So I'm sharing that with you because as a sustainability coordinator, it was nice to be having those conversations about how the system can change and not be focused on a valuable and necessary component of that, but to recognize there's an entire other way of thinking. So I just want to say, to give insight from the beginning, that's where I felt the committee was headed. I still think when you look at the table of contents, that it is exhaustive, and as Daniel just identified, all these questions are there. We also wanted to give opportunity for the next group, as we were charged, what's the table of contents, this is what we're gonna hand this off, and then we're gonna walk away. And please, and Brian was there and John was there, I'm talking completely in line, show me the corner. But that was kind of the path we took. And so I just wanted Gary does that to me. I felt compelled to share that with you, just having a different perspective on that. And again, I'm looking to the other, that was completely out of line. But I felt compelled to share it. Thank you.
Ed?
I appreciate all the work that's gone into this and the policy analysis. I'm viewing it as a taxpayer, and you want $500,000 to go for this report. And I've also read in the newspaper that 90% of the problem is coming from outside the county. And I go to look at the index, I can't find anything that says outside the county. Why should I support spending 500,000, whatever the number is? So the explicit point that Sam used a half hour ago is, yeah, it may be in there. That's wonderful, but it's not clear to me. And it's just a request to make it very clear that you're addressing these things.
So on that point, oh, I'm sorry, I
Yeah.
can't see your hand.
So what I'd like to say is I totally agree with Sean. That is exactly, and I was excited to be on the SMMP committee for the same reasons that you just eloquently stated. However, what is becoming clear to me now is that there is this whole other issue that we never looked at throughout this, and so you can say, okay, that's not what we did in the SMMP subcommittee. Well, where did we do it then? We need to, I think something has fallen through the cracks here.
So,
And we should state that. We should state that.
well, I'm trying to anything from falling through the cracks because I'm not hearing any substantive disagreement here on the goal you all are putting forward. I'm hearing that it doesn't pop off the page and should be a clear finding and a clear recommendation so that people can read it, because it is true that other than the consultants bidding on this, they're not going to go through RFP page 107, line 3, subparagraph 6, little a, to find this. And because this is so important, I'm just suggesting that if John and Marge, whomever is willing, in the next few days, to see if you can craft a finding and companion recommendation that puts forward this benefit cost piece so it doesn't get missed. And so, look, this is a passionate issue, as it should be, but there's no disagreement here. But what happens in these moments, we get caught up in the debate, but it can be fixed with a finding and recommendation. So that is my suggestion, unless someone else has a better suggestion on how to manage this particular topic. Daniel.
So we do have a finding 6, it's very front and center in the document, that addresses this, that the SMMP aims to reduce the full life cycle impacts of material management practices in Benton County and where jurisdictions practices overlap with Benton County. Addressing only materials from Benton County would have limited impacts compared to all of the materials coming from neighboring counties. So I think A is addressed front and center. B, we also have that list of questions as the second charge item listed in our subcommittee report, so it's not relegated to an appendix. These are questions that are listed front and center. And we have a recommendation that points to all 117 of those questions that the subcommittee came up with and asked, very front and center in the recommendations list as well. So I do think that I encourage anybody to fill the gaps in recommendations and findings, but I also just encourage the group to read through what we put together, because I do think that it is very adequately addressed in the work that we've done. And we have already considered the sort of weight and placement of these issues, including the landfill impacts and cost benefits to the county.
Okay, we're gonna close this up after March.
Okay, so finding 6 does not address the issue. Finding 6 says that we should work in the future in a sustainable materials way with other counties to work with in developing circular economy kinds of programs. It does not mention, it does not talk at all about the situation that we are facing, which is that we have a landfill here in Benton County. And I think we need to recognize that. And don't see any problem with having a finding and a recommendation that, speaks to that.
Okay, so by the power invested in me by nobody, I'm assigning John, because he's retiring and because he's left-handed. And left-handed to put together either rework existing findings and recommendations or create a standalone finding and recommendation that in a nutshell captures the benefit cost issues of hosting a landfill for the region, well, beyond Benton County. And send it out to that subcommittee. And let's see if we could work it tomorrow and over the weekend, because again, no one is disagreeing with the need to elevate this further. And I would rather have a pristine standalone finding and findings and recommendations on this point, so that there's no misunderstanding of what this group is saying down the road. I'm hearing you say, and it was in the original charter, we want a benefit cost analysis from the county's perspective. As I recall, I haven't looked at that section. So last call, unless anyone has anything more to suggest on how to move forward. All right, thank you. All right, Darren, what's next, Darren, on your list up there? Try to keep up with this, please.
Okay. Do you want to capture that? Here's so we can see it. It would be helpful to see.
Capture what?
Yes.
Yes.
You have it in the notes and right up here. Okay, so it's a to-do item. John works with SMMP folks to capture findings and recommendations necessary to ensure the SMMP considers the benefit cost issues associated with hosting a landfill that serves folks beyond its geographical border. Is that kind of?
Yeah, and it may be percentage, put a little bit in about the percentage.
Context,
The overwhelming.
the 9% versus
Yes.
81.
Yes.
or 80.
Sam, keep up. I lost you. So John and the SMMP folks capture findings, recommendations as needed to. Homework. Sorry.
Issues of benefit cost issues of hosting a landfill, which the preponderance of waste in intake is from surrounding county, is from other counties, area. Yeah, and like you could put like 90% in but that the consultant
There be a
investigates.
deliverable. Investigates, the deliverable is that consultant produces a report that discusses what Marge just said. All right, that's enough for now. John? Oh.
Well, I just have one clarification. Early on in our discussions with the group, the work group, wasn't it stated that based on the law, Benton County is required to take waste from other counties?
That issue is out there, and that is what the legal subcommittee has found, that the county cannot say to Republic, you can't bring in waste from outside of Benton.
But there are caveats, and so we still need the analysis. So we'll work on that.
Right.
Okay.
Right. All right. Now, let me walk over here and see the next topic. What's next there?
So in chronological order, the way we lay about to start, we move on to the conditional use permit, prior conditions. And there's 8 subcategories. The first, that subcategory is just ask us to read the intro and conclusion, but that's not really the disagreement is. The first disagreement was on the regional collection area or geographic area. And we have in that CUP findings 6 and 14. And then CUP recommendations 7 and legal and land use finding 7.
So this is a good segue then, the regional collection area, right? Is that what you're saying? And
Yes.
Give me that one. And so, let me do a bigger list here so I can see it.
You want me to put it up there?
Yeah, put up the findings and the recs that deal with the regional collection area issues. That would be a segue. All right, Greg, this will be primarily to begin, drive the legal findings and recommendation portions of it, which Darren will be giving you momentarily.
Oh, no, just that's 6, I missed 6.
All right, so tee up the ones that Greg is involved with, the legal subcommittee is involved with. And then we'll go on to the CUP findings and recs, and to the extent they need to be talked about at the same time, that's fine. So I had Catherine, where's Mark? So, Greg, what is F7 about?
I'll read it to you in its entirety. Is DEQ prohibited from permitting another landfill west of the Cascades?
No. Okay.
Which F7, the CUP or the people?
Legal, LLUF7. Okay. So, I wasn't sure that's what the CUP folks were talking about, but so let me ask them. The staff noted that the ones that may be relevant from your perspective, obviously you're free to add more, F6, you all are F6 and F7, and your recommendation R7.
Yeah, so I think that has to do more with the history of what was allowed when for the geographic area to be drawn from for a waste shed. Is that right?
Yeah, so I don't see how 7 fits in at all, F7.
Yeah.
F7.
There's another legal finding in there about the Supreme, it says something about the Supreme Court case and as of a certain date that, and then that might segue into the MOU discussion.
No, the Supreme Court case is the legal side. We acknowledge that.
Mark, if you want to sit up here and participate, you're welcome to sit up there.
Thanks, Dan. I've got to leave in about 20 minutes and I can hear everything here.
Okay, before you leave, look, before you leave, are there any other topics that, just to put on the agenda, that you've had time to think about? Again, it's not your last call, you're not waiving anything, like you had time to think about, since we raised it at the beginning?
I haven't, like I said, we've been working until the day yesterday and
Totally together, and it's appreciated.
I will try to do that. I'll try to tee some things up if I get some time to do that.
Great. Thanks. All right, Greg.
F6, LOU F6. Benton County may not prohibit a private landfill operator from accepting solid waste from outside Benton County.
So that's more relevant to this. So it's LOUF6, not 7.
And agree. Okay. Yes.
So Ed, Catherine, take it away on the issues that, from your perspective, surrounding geographic area that the work group needs to have more background nuance and potentially weighing in on.
Part of this is sequencing, and please Catherine jump in. We looked at these things starting in October. The issue of the Supreme Court decision in 1998. That wasn't found until maybe December. So all of our work is looking at county requirements, saying a jurisdiction is 4 counties. And these are the 1974 reports and agreements, and that's all we could find. We agreed, I think probably November of last year, that there might be something out there that supersedes it. Okay. The legal committee found those things. Perfect. That's the way it goes. That's the way it was supposed to work. The recommendations that we developed were really based on what kind of commitments were made by the county to the community, certain geographic ones, and then how do I explain it easily? Did the county ever come back and explain that these rules are off? The constraint on the geographic limitation doesn't count anymore. Again, think of it in the context of a public hearing that goes through and approves a quote regional landfill in 1974 based on 4 counties. And then sometime later, it goes to a lot more counties, but that's never communicated. So if you're a person that owns property there or just general, you end up with a concern about the credibility of the county in the process. That we've gone through this lengthy public process and we came to a conclusion, and other events have taken those decisions, but nobody told us. So that's where some of these conflicts come in, and that ends up in a recommendation about the county monitoring the conditions of approval and communicating what is either in compliance or not in compliance. Again, we were doing a checklist here of, everybody's noticed there's not a whole lot of information, but we had no consensus. We had 3 groups: Republic, the county, and the public, the 3 of us. Both of the county and the Republic have organizations they can rely on and say everything was in compliance. We don't have an organization we can rely on, so we just looked at what is the fact pattern. and came up with these kinds of conclusions that, A, there was a geographic area, listening to the legal side of it, they've been superseded. But nobody told the rest of us. And that's what we were really trying to get at. In simple terms, there we're not, and by county, I don't mean county personnel today. And it's county, it's holistic. It's like our governing body that some of us 50 years ago, not me, 50 years ago participated in, made a commitment and didn't check to see that the commitment could still be made. So that's the kind of thread that goes through a lot of these findings, and to give specific references and recommendations of more county involvement and communication. Did I get it about right? Okay, so Catherine's knocking up the head, and Mark, I assume he's not humming in the back of my head, so he must be in agreement.
He's shaking his head affirmatively that he agrees with you.
Okay, good. I don't know if it's worth going through each one of those. I'll be happy to do that.
Whatever order you believe is the most effective way to communicate to the work group. Have a discussion now about the first one, or go through all the rest. I defer to your judgment.
Well, let's go through them. You teed them up, so let me go through them to let you know how they're relevant.
Pardon me? Oh, do you have a question or a comment?
Well, I just had a question. So are you saying, for example, the person who was commenting today said, before we started, something like the neighbors, they bought their property and they should just tough it out because they didn't know about, they knew they were moving to a landfill, or they bought a house by a landfill. Are you saying they probably weren't told about they knew it was maybe the Benton County landfill, but they didn't know it was gonna be a whole bunch of different counties? Is that kind of what you're saying?
That's one part of it.
Okay.
Because like I said before, I didn't find out until this week that we accept waste from other states. So that was, wow, now I understand why the Commerce Clause applies. You know, before I was thinking of the legal committee just coming up with excuses, I needed some rationale. And I answered your question, Lisa.
Good.
Do you have a point on that, Greg, before we go on? Go ahead.
Can I respond to what you said, Greg, which I think it is a really key point, that when land use cases are decided in a way that, or other cases in a way that affects more broadly than the single jurisdiction that's subject to that case, there's not a good way laid out for the public to know about that. So this is definitely an issue that comes up from time to time. And so the county, like any organization, could probably do a better job of communicating those things out. In this particular instance, I think it's not a question that the legal subcommittee delved into very deeply, but we did discuss it briefly about whether, for Benton County, whether the 1983 land use decision already had taken away that limitation on geographic area or not.
Decision or Benton County land use provisions of approval.
So
what's the 83 decision?
PC 83-7 essentially is a new approval of land use at the landfill site, and there is an argument that we didn't fully develop about whether or not that completely superseded the 74 decision and thus would have gotten rid of that legal limitation on geographic area. It's kind of a moot point because we have then case law that subsequently, at least by 1998, gets rid of that geographic limitation. But I just point that out.
Yeah, but you walked into a good example that goes back and forth to the conflict and not getting to consensus, because the 83, land use decision, PC 8307, has a whole bunch of conditions, and these are like, 10 out of the 85 decisions that, conditions that were laid out. The debate about that is, and it goes back to November. When you look at the conditions of approval, and there are one-liners, it's like, finish this report, submit this later, a whole bunch of very innocuous statements. And then you peel back, oh, what is that supposed to be? And you see a stack of papers, 65 pages of things like the slope shall be this. When you're done, it'll be vertical grazing or other beneficial uses consistent with the area. A whole bunch of commitments. And those were publicly agreed to. But when we looked at them, we were told don't look at them because they're no longer valid because they weren't filed properly. My words, filed properly. Because the way the decision should have been written was all those reports that find the slopes, the uses of the land, those should have been directly in the decision. And Jim pointed out, Jim's here, that's the way it should have been done. All the specifics should have been in the conditions. So we're not debating that those conditions are not enforceable. We're trying to bring some sunshine to that those conditions existed, that people went through a public process, got dragged out from what we could see in the records. They were told things were going to look such and such a way in the testimony of whoever was participating at the time. So that was set, but then sometime later, after they see the landfill being closed, they say, well, where's my screening? Where's my pasture? And you've got a disconnect again. And this is an irritation more than anything else, so I'll vent a little bit. After being told that the 83 decision, PC 83 wasn't valid because of the way it was filed, the legal committee comes back and says, oh, there's a provision of the 83 document that we want to use to justify something else. So, it's, you can't have it both ways. If PC 83 is dead and gone, it's dead and gone for everything. You just go again, I'm not a lawyer. I'm just saying, in dealing with people, this is the way it usually works out great. You can't have it both ways.
So let me try the best to frame this up so we can focus in on the issue that's before us, which really is the geographic area, the screening and those other issues. We have an agenda item for
Jumped over.
Yeah. So let's focus on the geographic area for the broader workers' perspective. I've been in on most of these conversations. Here's what I believe is being said. I'm not saying it was said. I'm testing my assumption for clarification only. In 1974, the county said, Republic, we're going to let you have this landfill, and the only areas you can take waste from are A, B, C, D, E. We're 4 or 5 counties, four counties, okay? So people progressed under that understanding that that would come from 4 counties.
Yeah.
Then,
Clarification, wasn't Republican 74?
oh, no, the landfill owner. in 1974. Russ Nocke's great grandfather owned a company that owned, okay, so in 1974, the landfill operator in the county agreed, or the county says to the landfill operator, you only can bring waste in our county, Coffin Butte, four counties. Time goes on, 1983, there is a new land use action. In it did several things. The ones that are related to geographic area, so we can stay focused on that, and this is where I'm not clear, said they removed that restriction. Is that correct? Or did?
No, it's not that clear. So
What did they do?
created a new zone, created a new chapter in the development code, applied that new zoning and that new development code chapter to this site. So created new zoning for the site and approved the first conditional use permit under that new zoning to allow the siting of the landfill under certain conditions at this site.
Okay, see, this is where, I promise to get you, Justice, I want to get this framed up. This is where, even as a lawyer, and I listen to land use law land speak, it makes my head spin. My question to you is, what, if anything, to whomever, what, if anything, did the county do 83 that impacted how many counties the waste could come from? You gave me everything else but that. Yes.
I can answer that question. So, one of the things that, one of the comprehensive plan amendments, that was adopted in 1983, changed the text of the comprehensive plan. And if you read the staff report says that, the provisions in the comprehensive plan, including the provision limiting, the area from which waste could come from, were added, after the 1974 decision to the comprehensive plan as a direct result of that 74 decision. The 83 decision repealed all of those sections. And the staff report said the effect of this repeal is to remove all those limitations. So at least that portion of the plan related to the comprehensive plan, I think is pretty clear that removed the limitations, the geographic limitations. And so I think it's more clear. I'm certainly not going to claim the 1983 decision as a model of clarity, but I think that one aspect of it is
okay. So time out. That's where we get a dispute again. So time out. Okay. So try to focus just on the following narrow questions. Do we agree in 1974, the county said you can take waste from 4 counties? Yes. Okay. In 1983, Republic and the county assert that that limitation to only taking waste from 4 counties, you believe, went away. The subcommittee of the CUP said, time out. In part of the legal analysis, you said that action didn't work, was improper, it faulted. So therefore, it is foul play to say, except for the provision that we like, and so you can't have it both ways. Now, just dance with me for a minute. We don't need to get into that in a moment. Then, because why not have the US Supreme Court come in and do something here? The US Supreme Court said, okay, hypothetically, I heard what Con had said, I heard what Visco and Patera said, and we're just gonna resolve this kerfuffle in Benton County, and we're gonna say it's unconstitutional to restrict. So it's somewhat academic as to the legal issue surrounding whether or not waste was what happened, if anything, in 1983. It moots out the practical need to argue it from the legal perspective. Like, wait, then comes along, oh, I know, let's do an MOU, okay? And we're gonna do an MOU 2002?
2002.
And that says, was that Republican?
No,
That's what 2008.
Well, why are you even at this table? Get the responsible people here. So whoever was that, what was it called?
Right?
So Valley and Anvils in the county say, we're gonna do a bunch of stuff here. And when you people transitioning, as I recall, and doing this, that, and the other thing. And, yeah, and we're gonna say, hey, we purport to have looked at all of this stuff, and we are agreeing that everything was groovy, to use the legal term, as of the date that agreement was signed. Now, people argue about the legitimacy or illegitimacy of that, okay? Let's say on the narrow issue of what counties, it doesn't matter what the MOU said, because the Supreme Court case is still the valid ruling that says you can't limit where waste is coming from.
And that's what we agreed to on the help side of things.
Okay? So
that's not an issue.
okay, so really, if I'm interpreting correctly, and this is the critical part, that if I don't nail me,
Yes.
is that all that is well and good. But please, county and everyone associated, understand that with the clarity, at a minimum, the clarity of 2020 hindsight, things were not clear, and the documents do not support that clarity. And it leaves the opportunity for ambiguity and therefore argument and debate and conflict in between the community. And just don't do that damn thing again. And here are a bunch of recommendations that will increase the probability that the same problems we've experienced in this Odyssey don't happen again. Close, Ed, not close, please edit.
Good time. No, that's essentially it. And it just goes on and on and on. So it's not just 1 or 2. They're just, I don't know, out of the 86, there's 84, where it's that kind of a situation where we view in the committee, not only Republic's comments or the county's comments, but we also looked at the inputs of all the folks around the table back in October to come to a decision. How could we be so far apart? When we look at how could we be so far apart, a lot of it comes down to communication. But it's also, we'll bring out a report.
Can we
Let's not just jump, what you said is fine.
Okay.
That's good. Right, that's one whole piece on communication and having the county being more active in understanding what the impact of these rulings are and communicating that impact.
Okay, before you move on, I want Catherine, because she's got her. Okay, well, I want to get work with members first, and then I'll open it up to ex officio or backup alternates. Catherine?
So I think what's been characterized here is reflective of this historical set of review of documents or review of historical documents. There are interpretations that exist, and it does point to the inability to get to consensus in some cases. I just want to point a couple things just for comment. When we look at this decision-making process, I would ask if we did a comprehensive plan amendment in 1983, I think is what I'm hearing. Anytime we make amendments, I don't know where the land use process would have, like the land use decision in 1974, we can't fast forward and say, well, we're gonna use 83 requirements to go back and change 1974. I feel like we should have, back to that clarity point, there should have been a land use decision specifically related to that comp plan, which is a public hearing process, also a land use process, that would have brought this forward maybe with more clarity. More importantly, really than anything is Sam, how you kind of wrap this all up, which is, you know, here's kind of how we got here. There's a lot of ambiguity in this space. Let's make sure we don't do it again. I do think that Ed brings a good point, and that it's essential that we communicate what's going on in these spaces. The Coffin Butte landfill is not a neighborhood conversation only. It is a countywide conversation. It even exceeds beyond that. Making sure that we look very closely, not with any punitive or pointing of fingers to say, look what hasn't been done, but more to the point of here's where the gaps are, here's how we do better going forward. I do think it's essential, though, that we hear all those voices, especially of those being impacted. I heard in some of our testimony today that, well, it's only 2% and 97% benefit, 98% benefit. I'm actually really concerned about even that narrative, because historically that's how Oregon's gotten ourselves in trouble, by not listening to that 2% or that 3%. And so at the end of all of this conversation is really that, how do we make sure we do better going forward? It's important that we understand our past practices, lack of clarities, gaps in this process, so that we can ensure that not only is the 97% benefit from decision-making moving forward, but the 2 and 3% that have the greatest impact and the greatest concerns are also heard, and those spaces are respected. And so I just kind of want to wrap that up this way. And I think that our inability to come to consensus really does land in any number of these spaces. Our findings and recommendations from this work group, which has been meeting 3 and 4 times a week for weeks now, really does bring that to this body to say, here are the things that we think are important, with all of the partners at the table, and making sure that we hear all those voices.
Okay, so let me say a couple things again to make sure I'm tracking this, because this has been a very important and helpful conversation. I promised to call on Ginger. I promised to call, I don't know which one of you, Marge and then Chuck. And then we got to take our dinner break, because we got people expecting to be able to give public comment at 5. So I believe that not coming to consensus on some of these important historical analyses is absolutely fine as wine, because it seems like that is where the truth lay. And therefore, we can continue to argue about each of those issues. And I'm simply asking, to what benefit moving forward? So in other words, I don't think you need to continue to debate who was right or who was wrong. So I don't think that the result of that will ever happen, will ever be achieved, unless somehow it gets into litigation and everyone has to do their thing. So a perfectly acceptable and reasonable finding, given what I'm hearing, there are different interpretations about the meaning of these key documents. Look to the appendix or where it is for the nuances here. Regardless of who's right or who's wrong, or the truth is in between, here are the recommendations we are making to the county to make sure this does not happen again, because that is in everyone's best interest. That is the major takeaway that I've been hearing in these conversations. So the cue is Ginger, Marge, Chuck, Louisa. Ginger.
Thanks, Sam. I'm just reiterating for the record, since we just went through that entire exercise, and I realize some of your remarks were meant to be humorous and tongue-in-cheek, but Republic Services did not own Coffin Butte landfill in 1974. We did not own it in 1983. We did not own it in 2002. We did not own Coffin Butte landfill until 2008. Most of my colleagues who are sitting around the table with you were in grammar school when some of these decisions that we're discussing were made. Now, I understand the point about let's make sure it doesn't happen again. Let's make sure that there's no ambiguity. I think we're all in agreement on that. But I just want to make it clear for the record that the people sitting before you are the people who have spent the last 9 months attempting to find areas of consensus as part of this process. We have been nothing if not clear in our communication because we have been working in the trenches with all of the people in the neighborhood who are extremely passionate about this issue. And I think that's a really important distinction as we go back and we look at things that happened in 1983, some 40 years ago, and the things that are happening now. And I would just like that on the record. Thank you.
Thank you. Mark?
I agree with Catherine that the 2% is very important, but it's not just 2%. It's a large portion of the residents of Benton County who are interested in environmental sustainability, who hold values that are inconsistent with hosting a landfill. And those people need to be seen as well as the neighbors who, yes, they are immediately impacted, but we're all impacted.
Thank you. Chuck?
Just if I may follow up on your odyssey there. The odyssey in today's world with a cite back to the Land Commission decision there that was negated for reason of its own, and the Supreme Court decision is you cannot restrict. So that being said, those proceedings, if you will affect another cut without those restrictions, correct?
Yes, that's an understanding of what the legal subcommittee has said. Yeah, that is.
What is Louisa?
Oh, I thought she, oh, I see. Sorry, I didn't see behind the camera. Louisa?
I'm just reinforce what Catherine and Marge said, that, like, to me, the takeaway from the whole thing, it doesn't really matter for the public service, because obviously they weren't involved, and everything's how it is now. It doesn't really matter what the legal committee says about this whole thing necessarily. The people that are being affected are the community, because they might feel that their trust was messed up. So we just need to acknowledge that, rather than say it's not gonna happen again. That's something people feel better, they're upset, like, so, I agree with that, and I think we just need to make sure the community has some sort of, I don't know what it's like we are trying to give them more of a voice now, and that's what we did in our outreach committee anyway, that's what we're recommending. So it all kind of connects with actually the community outreach, because we're trying to resolve some of this through that.
Thank you. And just a quick announcement, apparently the dinner folks are running late, so it's not gonna arrive until 4:45. We've got about 3 or 4 more minutes before the dinner break. Ed, and then Greg.
I was going to suggest jumping on to a different topic. I think you've got a sense of how we try to tie things together, and that's a historical view and some suggestions and recommendations for going forward. So you'll see those findings, and then you'll see the corresponding recommendations. There's others that are much more relevant. They have a historical base, but they have opportunities to fix things in the future. So I'd like to move on to one of those if that's possible.
And we can, but I want to make sure Greg's comment isn't on what, on hanging chapter.
Yeah.
Then we'll do that.
Just real short. So it's been mentioned a couple of times that the legal subcommittee's finding is that PC 83-7 was null and void or improperly filed or something. That's not the finding. The finding is that there is ambiguity in that decision, but there are some also very clear things that it did decide. It wasn't overruled or set aside or invalid. It is a legal land use decision that did a number of things. And unfortunately, there are some elements of that decision that are ambiguous.
Okay. Yeah.
I can jump ahead,
please.
So let's set aside 83, other than recognize there was communications to the public on what the landfill will look like. So let's just fast forward to last year. We're viewing things okay, the landfill is supposed to look a certain way in 83, 74. There were other documents later on for scope. And comparing it, it's, I think I mentioned one time before, I have a hard time standing on Route 99 and looking up at the landfill, talking to my neighbor and say, yeah, that's when it's a disconnect. So you go back and you look at these documents and you see that there are conditions called closing the landfill. And now we get into the third silo. We've got the quality disposal firm as one silo, the county as a second silo, we've got BCTT as a third silo. In this case, you've got county requirements saying the landfill is supposed to look such a way as conditions of approval. You've got the disposal firm saying that they want to maximize the capacity. So they put in a design that's a certain slope. So, you know, the steeper the slope, the more you can pile, so the more money you make. DEQ limits the slope of the pile so that it doesn't fall over. Silo DEQ and silo quality, it's not in a negative sense, Audrey. It's again, it's just looking at the rules. Say, okay, you can have it this steep, but the county's land use approval said, no, it's gonna be this steep. You know, by the way, it's gonna be almost flat in some sections, so it looks okay, and it can be returned to a certain use. Where the problem comes in is there's something called financial assurance, there's something called closure, and you do the disposal firm agrees to being able to pay to close the site every year in case there's an accident. So you come up with a scope of work. So they submit this plan that says, I'm gonna have slopes of this steep. They do it for 20 years. It establishes, to me, it establishes a precedent that everybody's buying into this. The DEQ's approved it. It's good for the hauler. But the counties publicly agreed to constraints of a shallow slope. They're nowhere to be found. They're not represented in there. So the technical term is closed. And there's an argument, I think, I've read two different interpretations in the DEQ documents. One is it's not closed until the last 5 years when you come up with a final closure plan. But you can also see a record of these annual the worst case plans that come up. I don't know if it's 3 to 5 years that they have to be reissued, that consistently say 41 out of the 120 active acres have been closed. We're done. We met the regulatory requirements, the minimum requirements. The minimum requirements say, you know, on a certain kind of cap, certain kind of grass. It doesn't say anything about returning it to something aesthetically pleasing. So you've got a record of 20 odd years of some firm, some company saying, I'm going to do it this way, and it's consistent with the regs. You don't get any objections from DEQ because they can't object. It meets the minimum standards. But this whole other area, the third silo, the county's needs, the public needs, just aren't reflected in the process. So you'll see some recommendations, some, maybe better words to use, writing that situation up and explaining it. And then asking that, the three groups get together and figure out what's this gonna look like in the future. And there are, recognitions that 50 years ago, you might have thought it was great to put a cow on a landfill after it's been closed, but I'm not sure you want to do that anymore. Perceptions of it, human health have just changed. So it needs to be a different kind of plan and a different consistency. That's, again, it's not a criticism, Darrell, it's just things have changed. But the way things are, it's between a rock and a hard place for a company, I think, because you've got a certain financial plan that says you only have to spend so much money to close this. And if you're not aware that there's other things were required, you can build something that you can't meet. So you can't go back into your landfill now and lower the slopes. You're stuck, it's there. How can I make an analogy? No, I can't, it's not working.
So, because.
Do I get a nodding of heads?
Yes, I was gonna actively listen, trying to put a ball on this, so we can go to dinner and come back and finish it up. So, my observation of listening to these conversations is that the reality of the legal system in Oregon, as it relates to land use and DEQ jurisdictions and responsibilities, is not hand in glove here. Restated, the state has a land use system where the county can look at what conditions of approval it wants to put on certain areas and what mitigation and going to put up. Read here, screening or flatter slopes to recreate it and maybe get a secondary use. DEQ has its own separate jurisdiction and there are statutes and administrative rules that are focused, among many things, on safety. And part of that is keeping the landfill stable and preventing water from entering into it and creating leachate and what have you. The current system requires the county to issue a CUP before DEQ will look at it and determine whether or not a permit should be issued in it or what terms, which include these issues about, down the road, what's going to happen. This is in a conflict in the way the Oregon legislature has set up the inability for those two important agencies, the county who hosts it, the state who has environmental protections issues, to work together in a unified omnibus permit, if you will, which doesn't exist, to reconcile all these differences up front. So then what happens with the passage of time is how long these are here, situations change, technology changes, information changes, and it's unclear when push comes to shove who controls, for instance, the shape. Is that going to be controlled? Does the county's requirement to shade, screen, trump the DEQ requirements that the slope have to be this? So it is a conflict that's beyond simply Benton County, whoever the current owner is, and the DEQ regulations. You might consider a recommendation that says, just because that is the current case, maybe the county should think about it, because it has the benefits and burdens, and I know they're different depending on people's perspective. Having to host it or the ability to host it, that's a good thing. And DEQ can't do what everyone seems to want to do, which is get a plan that works in the best interest of everyone. So legislature, you might want to think about that. Yes, no?
No.
Okay.
You got everything until you said go to the legislature. Because, in order to correctly, but my understanding is the DEQ sets minimum standards that can be more restrictive than the federal standards, but they are minimum. You are protected. In the case of this slope issue, protective is not making it too steep. It's not making it less steep, would still be protected until you get it so flat to the rainwater won't run off. But that's an impact on the landfill owners' capacity, or can be a huge impact. That doesn't, so, you know, here's the opportunity. The opportunity is for the county and DEQ and the disposal company to sit down and see how they can work this out.
So I don't think those are mutually exclusive. You can do both things. Yes, of course, if the landfill operator, DEQ, and the county and the community can work together on a mutually acceptable remediation plan, that is great. I wasn't precluding that in my comment. I was simply saying, you don't even get to that stage because you can't get at the first stage when this thing is being invented in the first place. The two agencies don't talk to each other until the land use decision has already been made. And that is a presenting problem. You are commenting that correctly. A subsequent consequence of that problem. Both need to be attended to. Is that fair?
There's something in the recommendation, it seems a little hard to understand, but it just says clarify the intersections, isn't that the word you ended up with? Between DEQ and the county and the responsibilities. So the message to the group is, there's some things in there that are going to sound awfully strange and obtuse. Flag them, and we can try to explain them a little bit better.
Great. All right. It is about 4 minutes to 5. Dinner has arrived. We are colliding with the public comment period at 5. I am going to ask the indulgence of members of the public to give this group who's been at it, it's basically since 1:30, give them until 5:15 to get their food and bring it back to their tables, and promptly at 5:15, we will move right into the public comment period. Thank you for hanging in there. We're making good progress. We'll stop the recording for now. So we can stop the recording for now.
Dinner's outside, desserts in here.
Good evening. It is 5:16 on March 16th. We're resuming after our dinner break. Thank you for everyone's patience. I'll first open it up, the public comment period, to those who are present in the room. So come on up, sir. Right in the middle here next to Ryan. He'll wave, do the Rose Festival wave and show you where to sit and take it away. Introduce yourself and up to 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. My name is Jim Peritov. I live at 31540 Homestead Road in Philomath. And I'm sorry to cut short your dinner break. I know how meetings can run. More people, they can run a lot longer. So I appreciate your patience. today I'm here with you because our county leadership has determined the best course of action is to provide a complex vehicle to make an end run around two legal bodies and two disparate goals, apparently to bypass two previous county rejections of landfill expansion. I'll ignore the third revenue stream goal that undercuts both. First is the development of a county solid waste management plan. What we see here is instead a reflective consideration of how we've gotten to this point. While the existence of the BCTT usurps the deliberative and regular advisory councils, where is the future waste management plan? Second is addressing the continued acceptance of regional solid waste here. Some is undoubtedly hazardous. That acceptance is by agreement already entered into without an informed understanding of the consequences of those agreements, unintended or not. We'll see what you offer as recommendations. Through months of discussion and review, I see that you are no closer to either of these necessary goals. You all may well be better informed, but what are you going to do with all this information? I continue to be extremely disappointed with county leadership, ranging from misinformation on a number of issues by the county council to the dismissal of two public representatives on this body. I have been reading through the documents provided from months of work, from your months of work. In the area immediately surrounding Coffee Butte, there are wetlands that may be contaminated from uncollected surface and groundwater leachate. Some of those wetlands are within the E.E. Wilson State Wildlife Management Area, yet your documents say there are no significant wetlands in the area. This implies that someone looked for significant wetlands, though there is no documentation that I can find supporting such a claim. Your report could claim we did not determine whether significant wetlands occur in the area, but is disingenuous at best to claim none are there when you didn't look. In layman's terms, this is disinformation. As you are applying statutorily defined language, I would consider this a falsification. I can't begin to address air quality, traffic, noise, odor, or other significant harms this landfill and any expansion would bring. These are just some of the underlying reasons why county residents do not want landfill expansion and a forever future toxic waste site. Their health is more important than a revenue stream from your county government. So, I don't know if there's time for questions or.
Yeah, we just take the comments under consideration, and I understand you have those written out and you're gonna hand it to us, and we'll make sure it's a part of the meeting minutes. Thanks so much. Thank you. Any other member of the public present in the room that would like to comment? Hearing and seeing none, I'll open it up to folks on Zoom that would like to make a comment. If you could just raise your hand, and I'll figure out how many people we have and take it away. All right, looks like we have 3 in the queue. I'll give it another 30 seconds just to get in the queue so we can figure out how many folks. All right, looks like we have 3 in the order, or excuse me, 4 in the order I saw them. I have Ken Eklund, Dave Larmouth, Janet Napak, and Kevin Kaneka, and Joe Robertson. And feel free to jump on anyone else. You have up to 3 minutes. Please introduce yourself. First up is Ken Eklund.
Yeah, thanks. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I just wanted to make a quick comment. This is kind of based upon the public comments we got at the beginning of the meeting. Being as I'm also on the subcommittee having to do with the landfill size and capacity, I just want to state that the landfill is not about to close. I know that there's information out there that kind of implies that, that seems to have gotten out to members of the public. But our subcommittee has looked at that particular question, and without an expansion, the possibility space really centers on at least 4 to 16 years more life. So I just wanted to make sure, of course, that I think the members of the work group know that, but I just wanted to kind of state that publicly, that that's without an expansion, just the way things are right now. And also, service is not about to be interrupted. That's not really what's going on either at this committee. We had some people talking about that as though there were going to be a service interruption, like soon. And there hasn't been any discussion about that. The main reason, though, I wanted to get on is and talk is just to really commend the discussions that the work group has been having. And I'm speaking to you, Ed, about bringing up essentially the past and kind of what the history of the landfill has been over time, because that really is a significant impact to a lot of people who are in the landfill area, as what expectations their families bought properties under. That's really an important consideration. And I wanted to also just call out the response of the work group to the idea that it's okay to make 1 or 2% of the county community suffer if it's of benefit to the other 98%. The first problem with that is that the math is really off. But the second problem is that, there are obvious ethical problems with that. And I'll call out the 2040 Thriving Communities Initiative, which Benton County has signed, which I think has language in there that specifically says, we will not be doing that sort of, engaging in that sort of exporting our problems into, the more disadvantaged or a significant minority of our population. And I also wanted to call out to Louisa, who if I'm identifying people correctly, it's a little hard on the line sometimes, but I think Louisa really talked about how, we really carry forward kind of the misrepresentation and kind of the missteps of the past are still here with us and are not to be dismissed, so easily as just by acknowledging them. I think that we're having some of these narratives kind of coming out ahead of time, and that's really a wonderful thing I think that this work group is accomplishing. But that doesn't mean just because those narratives have come out that somehow they've been processed or that we're just going to move on from them. I think there's kind of more that has to happen before we reach a level playing field again. And so I wanted to amplify those particular messages that I've heard listening to the work group through its meeting so far, and just be really complimentary. And Marge, you were in there too. I'm sorry, I forgot to mention at the appropriate point, but that's what I've got. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Ken. Dave Lomba.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Awesome. My name is Dave Larmuth, and I work for Dahl Disposal Service. We are a family-run garbage company serving Toledo, Siletz, Waldport, Yachats, and rural Lincoln County. We employ 50 hardworking folks, and our largest customer is the Georgia Pacific Mill in Toledo. We have built a great partnership with Republic for over 25 years. And we would experience great hardship if Coffin Butte were to close, as the next closest landfill that could take our waste would be over 130 miles farther away in Cowlitz County, Washington. Our customers would see a significant increase in their rates if we had to drive that extra distance. So please join me in our support of Republic's proposal to expand their operations at Coffin Butte Landfill. Thank you.
Thank you. Janet Neepak?
Hello, excuse me. Yes, I'm Jan Napek. I used to live out near Lewisburg and was subjected to the landfill, I guess, fugitive emissions over time. I am now a city councilor for Ward 1 in Corvallis. What I'd like to say is that I certainly do agree with the first commenter who brought up the fact that what appears to be a misrepresentation of what the wetland inventory is in that area, and I'd like that to be double checked if you can. And I'd also like to look at, you know, the future state. If it, you know, 15, 20 years from now, what are we going to be stuck with, and where can we go if the landfill is saturated? And the other thing that I think is of importance is that, you know, Corvallis citizens are pretty much very good at reducing waste and recycling and so on and so forth. And I really do not know if other communities have those same values. It would be nice if they did, if we're all pulling our own weight and doing our best to mitigate an impact. That would be really something that we might be able to look at regionally, and I'm not sure who would be in charge of that. I know this is a, you know, a contractual issue, but it still needs to be said. And the other thing about this is, you know, the landfill, Coffin Butte is a Title V air quality permittee. And any expansion, we really need, if you haven't already, you need to look at past, present, and future emissions based on expansion. And again, I do not know if you've done that. I appreciate it if you have. Thank you. And but that's about it. And I want to thank the committee members for doing their darndest to try to figure this out. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Kevin Kanega? Kevin?
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, thanks so much.
I'm going to shut my video off just so that I get a good signal here.
Great.
Yes, my name is Kevin Kanega, and I live in rural Benton County. I'm within 5 miles of the Coffin Butte landfill. When this whole process first started, my whole big ask was to save Coffin Butte Road. But during the process, there's been a whole lot of issues uncovered, environmental issues, what this actually cost Benton County to host a regional landfill. So I want to thank everyone involved with this process. There's been an awful lot of material covered. I'd like to say that the most recent draft information, questions, and answers look towards how Benton County can approve an application to expand Coffin Butte landfill. The Benton County Talks Trash doesn't address if or why Benton County should continue to host a regional landfill by approving an expansion. Please keep in mind, any conditional use permit approval or denial is subjective. In order to be subjective, good information is absolutely necessary. Benton County Talks Trash asks some good questions, raises concerns, makes suggestions, but doesn't answer basic questions needed prior to considering a landfill expansion. The recent draft discloses that there is little to no information about environmental issues due to the existing landfill or what the future environmental effects of any expansion of Caution Butte landfill would inflict on Benton County's air, soil, water, and the effects on Benton County residents. Your draft report further states the county has no compliance control. All compliance issues are regulated by DEQ. Your draft report suggests future environmental evaluations. Yes, future environmental evaluations. Future environmental evaluations won't be available to the soon-to-be submitted CUP. Your LSCL R3 describes some environmental impacts to be evaluated. Again, I note, in the future, where is Benton County's cost analysis of hosting a regional landfill prior to the upcoming CUP? I would say that without a completed, independent, in-depth cost analysis of Benton County hosting a regional landfill, Benton County doesn't have enough information to even consider any expansion to continue hosting a regional landfill. Please keep in mind that other counties don't have landfills because they don't want a landfill. They're more than happy to dump on Benton County. I have to ask Benton County Board of Commissioners, Benton County staff, facilitator Sam Imperati, how can you ask this work group to come to consensus without an environmental impact study, a cost analysis, and a sustainable material management plan? Commissioners, our Board of Commissioners, Benton County is about to make a business decision, yet Benton County has yet to do its due diligence. Benton County needs a cost analysis of hosting a regional landfill, an independent environmental impact study, and a sustainable materials management plan before moving forward with any consideration of an expansion.
Thank you, sir.
Please get the information needed to make an educated decision. This is, there's just not enough here. It's been great. I've been trying to follow what's going on. Yes, everyone's done a whole lot of work. They know a lot more. A lot of this information was presented by the neighborhood ahead of time. Now it's been shared with the public in a lot of different formats, and it's all great. But we're not to the point where we should be making a decision. There's been question asked in that room. One example is like, what goes into the landfill? And Republic Services representative says, well, sometimes we get requests from like DEQ to put things in there. Things, like what? Well, like the soil that was contaminated on Highway 99, 10,000 or so gallons of diesel fuel, gasoline spilled on the side of the road. What are they going to do with the soil? It goes in a landfill. rains through, goes into the leachate, that we end up dumping into our Willamette River. It just goes on and on.
Mr. Kaniga.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time and thank you for your comments. Joe Robertson.
Robertson, thanks for giving us the chance to share our thoughts about all this. I'll keep it short. So I attended the sustainability fair last week, and a few things came to my mind in regards to this work group. I think there needs to be a more multifaceted approach to solving our waste management issues. You know, as I've reviewed all the documents posted online for this process, it really seems like the landfill is the center of every product. It's my understanding that the goal of this work group was to look at our waste production and management as a whole and suggest solutions for where we fall short, and then of course where we can improve. I didn't think that the goal was to dissect the landfill at every turn, which is really how the workflow appears online. So I just hope that the county will make decisions using a broader perspective moving forward, if that makes sense. Anyways, I hope you can consider my perspective. And again, I appreciate you giving me the chance to speak.
Thank you so much. Janet, I believe you've spoken, but given the time, if you have another comment to make, great. If not, and ask you to lower your hand, so I know the board is clear. All right, last call from any member of the audience, and then the last call from members on the screen. Darren, did you have something?
Thank you, Sam. I believe 1 or 2 mayors from the region are on their way here and would like to speak if given an opportunity.
Well, we'll make an opportunity.
Sorry, we don't have an ETA for them to come and get.
I couldn't hear you. We do or do not have an ETA.
We do not have an ETA.
Okay.
I understand they're trying to get.
Yeah, well, we'll certainly accommodate their voice, just alert me when they come in. Last call for public comment. Hearing and seeing none. We'll pick up where we left off on the agenda and go forward. Okay, so it's Catherine and where'd you start, Catherine? And then.
So I just, in reflecting on Ginger's comments, which I really appreciated that we got just before our break, just wanted to bring the focus back to the charge of this particular subcommittee was to review conditions of approval in the historical record and look for measures of compliance. I think that Ginger's comments really illustrated, and I want to say that I appreciate them, that we are still working in that space of how we move together forward. Just that our task was specific to compliance quite heavily, and that's the information we're bringing for historical context here. And just know that we are still on this team moving forward to finding some recommendations and solutions.
Thank you. Audrey?
I just wanted to, I checked with Sam and with Jenny. There is no reason DEQ can't work with the county and Republic and the community on any aspect of requested land use, and also what DEQ reviews as part of our process as well. So I just wanted to say that Ed's recommendation, or the recommendation from this group, is something that DEQ can do. So what we have to do in terms of looking at closure of a landfill is make sure that it is engineered correctly, that the landfill cap is engineered correctly, that the environment is protected from how it is designed and constructed. And if there are additional requirements that the county has as part of land use approval, those are certainly something that we should be able to talk through and evaluate. I didn't hear, Ed, you say that you thought trees should be constructed on top of the landfill. That could be a technical issue.
Right.
What I heard is that you were talking about screening and the difference in slope that the county was suggesting versus what DEQ has normally approved. And I think those are all things that can be discussed. I don't know if all of them could be addressed, but those are certainly things that we can be communicating with each other on. So your recommendation of the county, the DEQ, Republic, and others working together is definitely something DEQ can participate in. And I think, Russ, do you have something to say?
Well, let's see, I'm grabbing the vote.
Again.
Am I-
Yeah, so, before you do though, Jenny, could you come up? I would like, us to be educated a little bit more, because the narrative that I've heard over the last 8 or 9 months, it, correctly or incorrectly, is that DEQ basically stays out of things until it goes through the land use process. So there's just no opportunity to do this. And Audrey has just expressed a willingness to be involved sooner. I'm sure there are limitations on that across jurisdictions, but you know, I know this is off the top of your head, but you know, what would be the cross-jurisdictional opportunities for DEQ, the county, the applicant, the community to work together at the beginning stage and then back to, which you just addressed, at the end stage, to deal with this reclamation?
Audrey asked me, is there any reason that the DEQ could not be at the table at, say, a pre-application conference? And there is no legal reason that they could not be at the table. There's resource limitations, there's everyone's own vote, whatever, but there's no legal prohibition on DEQ working with the county, working with the applicant in terms of a pre-application conference, communicating throughout the process. They have their jurisdiction over what they can decide and what the county must decide, but beyond that, there's no reason they can't talk.
Okay.
I mean, I think the DEQ has always said land use is the local government's responsibility, and I am not disputing that. I'm saying that is the local government's responsibility. What I heard a suggestion is can we at least be aware of and talk amongst each other about what's happening at each with each jurisdiction, and that is what I'm trying to communicate, is that we absolutely can be aware of what's happening at each level and communicating. We aren't there, DEQ does not get to make the land use decision. That is the local government's decision.
So let me just press this a little bit for clarity purposes. So with DEQ, let's say someone comes up and says, we would like to do condition 13, and it's dot, 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 would DEQ be willing or be in a position to be at the table and then opine on what its normal policies are surrounding issue X, or what its limitations are, or what the options have been in the past, that kind of information sharing? We understand you're not going to come in and say to the land use authority, you know, you can't do that unless you think it's a violation, a potential violation of a DEQ statute or OIR.
I'm not in our Eugene office, right? So I don't know our workload and our resource limitations there.
Yes.
And DEQ would not like to be in the position of saying, well, if this were happen, then this is what would happen. We want very specific proposals that are written that we can respond to. If what you're saying is, can we talk about this scenario, or then this scenario, or then this scenario, that is really hard for DEQ to do, because it's not a set proposal, and we try to evaluate on a case-by-case basis what the requirements are within our rules and laws, and make sure that we are complying with our rules and laws. And so it's harder to talk about what ifs and scenarios that may not be what's actually proposed. Is that what you're asking?
In part, yeah, so.
And I take it a step further that I don't think that DEQ has authority just based on the rules. And again, I've never worked for DEQ, but just based on other state agencies I've worked with, they can issue an advisory opinion. So something, if they have to have the facts before them. But in terms of working with the county, sitting down with the county and the applicant in a pre-application conference, and so if the county approves this, what do DEQ's regulations say about a permitting based on what you're proposing? So they can be at the table to discuss what the DEQ regulations are and how they interface.
And so.
Thank you. That's way better than what I was saying.
Right. So what are the ex parte considerations here? So the application gets filed or a notice that one is pending. Yeah, at what point do the ex parte limitations come into play, and what would you define for us ex parte limitations?
Okay, so what I was just talking about is like a pre-application conference before
Yes.
an application is filed.
Right.
There's nothing.
Okay, at what point does that kick
So
in?
once the application is filed, then it's a public record. Now, once you've got the decision makers on board, then you could have conversations. And again, I'm not county council, and I haven't done this kind of work in a long time, but the decision makers can't have ex parte off the record conversations with any parties. But in the context of it's all part of the public record, DEQ could talk to the county, DEQ could talk to the applicant, DEQ could talk to the neighbors.
Yeah, my lawyers have advised me, land use is a local decision and we won't weigh in on land use decisions. What I thought Ed was suggesting is there an opportunity for upfront communication? But land use is local government responsibility. We will not try to weigh in on those decisions at all.
So I think what you're saying is that they're not going to testify during the local process as to what the county should be doing.
We'll have no legal opinion at all on that. What I thought I heard is there an opportunity for us to understand what each other's doing and what each other's requirements are? That's all I was trying to say.
Well, let me put another hypothetical, I think.
Am I just digging a big hole for myself?
Up with you.
I was kind of interpreting the conversation in a similar vein, just more germane to closure, post-closure.
Well,
Than a land use application.
okay, yeah, so there's two issues here, and what we tend to do is mix them, and I'm trying to separate them out. So the post-closure stuff, I'm putting on the back burner for 2 or 3 minutes. I am now in the moment in time when a Republic gives notice to the county that they're gonna file a CUP. And Darren, who's the planning official in the legal sense of the term, decides to have listen, I can loan you some money to update this particular program, so it doesn't come up on the screen anymore. So, and there's a pre-application meeting. I'm hearing that DEQ, again, staffing and what have you, can be at that meeting, and there can be a round robin discussion. Are those pre-application meetings by definition open to the public?
No,
They're not
I don't
public
think
meetings.
it's before something, it is an conference that is held between any applicant for anything, And again, Benton County doesn't have a process for pre-application conferences that I'm aware of at this time. But typically a pre-application conference is an applicant for something comes in and says, this is what I'm planning to do. The planning official says, okay, these are the requirements. And what I'm saying is that DEQ could be at that table to say, these will be our requirements. This is how they interface with what the county is doing.
Okay, that part is clear. The part that's not clear to me that I'm hearing some members of the community say is, and some members of this work group perhaps, and they'll tell me in a minute is, wouldn't it be beneficial if the community had an opportunity to talk with and listen in on what is going on and what are the environmental issues and what are the environmental options? Again, we understand, Audrey, I believe that no one hears you saying that you have any desire or willingness or even ability to weigh in and tell the Board of Commissioners, the Planning Commission, do this or that. That's not the issue. It's trying to get ahead of issues and frame this up, if you will, in a collaborative way before it gets into this quasi-judicial process where the rules are different than what I would call a collaborative process to work out problems, not that solves them, but.
The legal land use subcommittee, one of the recommendations is that the county consider developing a pre-application conference process. So there would be that process up front, and part of that process in other jurisdictions that I've worked with, it's not just a pre-application conference, but the applicant is then required to have a neighborhood meeting to present what they are planning to do before it's filed, but present what they're planning to do to whoever in the community is interested.
Great.
So that's one of the recommendations that the legal subcommittee has made.
Great. Russ, did you have something?
Well, you part closure, post-closure, so.
Okay, so.
Or back burner, I should say, excuse me.
I promise to get that. Let's go to the pre-stuff first, wrap that up and then go to that issue. Louisa.
Oh, I have another question, but the pre-application process recommendation, whatever, it'd be good to know which one that was, because we could add something like that to the outreach, or we could combine it with the outreach plan.
Do you have it, Greg?
Yes, LLU-R4.
Okay, great.
So we, you and Mary be responsible to put the, in March, is here too, to look at that and make a recommendation to add that. I think it's an addition as much as anything else, and make that clear and with that, great.
Then I was also kept thinking my question might be answered. So you were talking about that, you know, we know that the DEQ can't do any kind of environmental assessments till after the CUP would be approved, right?
Go on,
That we're
please give
talking
me the
about?
whole
Okay.
thing.
So if they were having these meetings, could someone agree to do them before, like, could Republic Service said, yes, it's fine if you do them, and the county, I mean, or do we have something in there that says that we're recommending that we do those environmental assessments before the CUP approved?
Greg?
Sorry, reading.
Is there anything in, or Jenny, in the land use findings or recommendations that speaks to the issue? To what extent, if any, can the county ask for or require certain environmental studies to be done before the CUP is heard, listened to, finally ruled upon, or which is at least one narrative that I've heard that no, we were gonna make our land use decision independent of the environmental impacts that are under DEQ's exclusive jurisdiction. But what we're going to do is make a condition of any approval, if there's an approval at all, that the applicant comply with all, get a DEQ permit, and therefore will have the assurance that they met those. So restated, could the county move that up? That up, so that we would know in advance. I think this was Mr. Kanega was talking about a version of this.
So I'm not sure this answers your question, but the legal and land use subcommittee did have some findings and recommendations about what additional information could be required, or how that there's a provision in the development code allowing the planning official to require additional information of the applicant. And we have some findings around how that terminology can be applied, the limits on it. And this could potentially, request for an environmental assessment certainly could be part of that additional information.
That's
concept.
additional information for the application. It's not approval criteria, it's for the application.
Yes. Keep going. So there is some discussion of that.
What's the
Okay,
difference between those two things?
again, Louise, I couldn't hear you, sorry.
Oh, what's the difference between it being needed for the application and being needed to be?
So, and there's discussion also in the findings that, once the application is submitted, the county has 30 days to determine whether the application is complete. If the application is not complete, then the applicant has the opportunity to submit additional information. Among the things that the planning official needs to determine is, does the application have everything we need to be able to evaluate based on the approval criteria that will be applicable once the public review process begins? So if the planning official determines that the environmental assessment is necessary in order to evaluate for the later evaluation, they can request that the applicant submit that.
Okay.
Now, if the applicant does not believe that any information is necessary, they don't have to submit it. But if the planning official determined that, say, for example, an environmental assessment was necessary, they could request that information to be part of the application. It would not be, it's not an approval criterion. So once it goes to the public hearing, you're limited to the approval criteria. But it may or may not be in the application itself, if the applicant chooses to submit it.
So just play this out, because I've heard some confusion here, or these narratives that may or may not be confused. Is that, okay, so that happens or doesn't happen, additional information is requested, the applicant decides to submit it or not submit it. It goes before the planning commission. The planning commission applies the facts, the criteria to the facts and makes its decision to grant this or not. And whoever is unhappy with that can appeal it to county commissioners. That additional evidence that could then include an environmental assessment or additional studies could be submitted by those in favor of or those in opposition to the application for the Board of Commissioners to consider. In other words, the record is de novo. And so,
Yes, so long as and they can make a decision, it has to be related to the approval criteria.
okay.
But yes.
All right, so what we're gonna do to respect the time of our elected official is welcome Mr. Mayor and give you an opportunity to address the work group, and then I'll pick up the discussion later. So thank you, sir.
So I'm apologies for being late. I actually had to town, I had to see her off. I think that cities in Lynn County should be involved in at least part of the discussion. Coffin Butte is the primary landfill for our city. I invited the mayor, Susan Coleman from Sweet Home, and also Ken Jacola. He could not make it to Lebanon. I appreciate the work that's going on, and Planning Commissioner Irish has been bringing me up to speed on things. I support the initiative of either adding more landfill space or increasing the size of the landfill. And other than that, Albany's here to help where we can.
Thank you. All right, let's go back to the queue. I think it's Catherine's next, and then Chuck.
My original comment was actually not this, but in the conversation that Jim just brought to the table and in asking, you mentioned, Sam, an appeal. If an appeal from the planning commission were to go to the Benton County Commissioners on environmental, if environmental is not already a criteria that exists for our planning commission, an appeal, just so folks help me clarify, I think an appeal would not be possible based on an environmental assessment of an application.
So you heard the question, so,
I just want to make sure that we're clear, right? Because
Yes,
it's not.
because there is no criteria that looks at evaluation of environmental. If there were aspects of an environmental assessment that bore on compliance with one of the approval criteria, yes, you can consider that, but no, there is no, you can't be considering an environmental assessment independently because there is no criterion that relates to that.
Great, and that helps for clarification, because what I've heard in standard narrative, it just led me to not be clear. My original question was actually going to be on this environmental assessment. I know that our subcommittee, in looking at the historical record, we had questions about well testing and data that would be captured, looking at environmental contaminants potentially in areas around the landfill. I also know, when we took the neighborhood tour, there was the property, and someone will know here, but the property who it ended up being sold because the well was contaminated.
Helms.
What is it?
Helms.
Helms, right? So the Helms property. I am curious, although we did not bring forth a specific recommendation in this space, I am curious if it would be appropriate for such a recommendation, a finding and a relevant recommendation to the commission to consider environmental analysis of what's going on in the landfill. There is the leachate conversation with the wetlands that Mr. Kanega brought forward tonight, and then that well issue as well. And I know we've also talked about the environmental impacts of the leachate just being processed and what happens with the Willamette River and such. So is that an appropriate recommendation? I'm just throwing out to this group. I know that our subcommittee can have a conversation on that too. We have time to add such a thing to the final draft.
we'll certainly make time to add it within the constraints of the week that we have in front of you. So, Chuck?
Yeah, thank you. Just to follow up the question, on one side of this equation is a planning action, and on the other side of the table is a DEQ permit application. Now, the land action handles the land action, the DEQ, if you will, handles all the engineering. In other words, what's topography, what's the cells, what's all the other resources out there, what's everything else in the equation. What I don't know is if a pre-application preceding the filing of it, because it's conditioned on timing and all this review process, we have to be under this timing of the pre-application in a preliminary engineering perspective can declare what the engineering is out there for the expansion, namely, if you will, the size, capacity, longevity in that equation.
Okay. Sure.
I guess I would just further support Catherine's recommendation to have an environmental recommendation finding, and also just a health-based recommendation for the neighbors, because I know that's like a major issue they're having, and a lot of the reason they're they don't want the expansions because of health-related and environmental impacts.
Okay. And if that recommendation, Jenny, so we, this BCTT will make findings and recommendations. The board will consider them until the board adopts a recommendation about an environmental assessment. How does that work, timing versus an application that's
An
filed?
application is based on the criteria that are in fact the date the application is filed. So if in the future, the board adopted a regulation, amended the code to require environmental assessment and it post-dated the application date, that would not apply to any application that was filed before that date.
Okay, Daniel.
I just had a quick note, the landfill site capacity and longevity group, have recommended, recommendation number 3, that essentially recommends an updated baseline study around, adverse effects relating to traffic, soil conditions, contamination levels, air quality, surface and groundwater conditions, et cetera. So just consider that before you draft a recommendation, like be able to support it.
What was the number again?
It's,
LSCL R3.
And I think what we might bring would be complementary to that or in collaboration with that. There's some great information there. Ours would probably be more into some of the record and the conditions that we have reviewed over this course of this process.
Great. Let's go to, do you have something?
Yes. Just to point out that in drafting a recommendation like that, be aware that there are some areas of environmental regulation that the county is not able to regulate. So DEQ has sole authority over certain environmental parameters, water resources department, over groundwater, things like that. So it's a tricky landscape, but certainly a recommendation could be drafted.
Now let's pick up the parking lot issue about the post-closure discussions. Russ, did you have anything on that?
Well, at one point, it sort of seemed like there might be some things worthy to comment on, but then, I don't know, I felt like the conversation perhaps got a little conflated, maybe even in my own head. I was a little confused between land use versus closure. I mean, I guess I just briefly shared with the group. So yes, generally speaking, it's us working with the state regulator on a 30-year post-closure plan that could be extended based on, whatever determinations the state regulator makes. There is, insurance and bond requirements and essentially money that's parked to pay for the day that the landfill closes and whatever operational remediation, care, feeding that a site may incur. I want to say it's around 21 million. It's already bonded and parked for closure of Coffin Butte today. Presumably that would increase as the site continues to generate money, because there's just basically with every customer that pays us to dispose of their trash, there's some tiny fraction of that gets just automatically diverted to a fund to preserve post-closure. There's also separate insurance for any type of long-term remediation, toxic port, that I believe in the case of Coffin vastly exceeds what DEQ might require of a landfill when they enter into post-closure. Slope, Ed brought up some thoughtful comments and concerns about slope. I guess the only thing I would share with the group there is I would encourage you to think about slope as something that's not a constant. Slope does change over time as waste decomposes. That is one reason why you have a host of post-closure requirements. And if you're a good operator, what you don't want is to lose control of that slope, because that's when, rainwater or, cracking or other types of things could occur. So slope does change. Finally, what might happen or I sort of felt like I was hearing is community participation or perspective and what might happen in eventual post-closure. We own, operate approximately 300 active and closed landfills around the country. So there absolutely are examples of when we work with the community to come up with options whenever possible that might be, post-closure use. There are some scenarios where it doesn't work, but there's closed landfill in Massachusetts a couple of years ago where we put solar panel farm on. It to some extent is going to depend upon the stability of the ground to be able to support, the weight. In other locations, bike paths, parks, wetlands is something is rightfully, appropriate here, and could be something that's worth exploration. But I think generally speaking, you've got to be many years into post-closure before you can really, you can brainstorm today if you want, but I think you got to be many years in post-closure before you can get to a place where you can start talking concretely about the options. And some of that has to do with stability. So I hope I address some of the various things that I heard. Appreciate Ed, your thoughtfulness as always.
All right, I'm gonna turn it back over. Darren, what's up on your list next? Topics, I think it might be going back to Ed and Catherine on any of the related issues that you brought up when we were brainstorming the agenda.
So, Ed, you covered a lot of ground, and Catherine and Mark a little bit too. We talked about the intro to conclusion, which is the summary, and that we talked definitely about the regional collection area. I don't know if we touched on or talked about leachate, status of prior conditions, like a little bit about closure, like a little bit about terracing and slopes, talk a little bit about the jurisdictional issue, and then enforcement, monitoring and enforcement.
And we talked about all of them, I think, except or leachate, the conditions enforcement, I think that's really the coordination, making sure that we're trying to have communication between the silos, so that if something comes up, it can be addressed.
I'm sorry, I have a quick, Mark has another meeting to go to. Did you have any last questions or comments or? Okay, thanks. Sorry, go.
And the conversation you just kind of had on the pre-meetings would probably go a long way towards that well, you folks will be prepared for a meeting, you'll have a background information, and you may realize that a certain prior condition of approval hasn't been met, so you bring it up and you work through it. So I think all of that's positive. That's the process there, conditions and enforcement. With the exception, as I think back, there's some that aren't on the list. Odor falls into, I don't know, a no man's land. We bring back, we look at, let me bring it back to the work we were supposed to do. Looking at the TVs, we saw things, noise, we saw things on hours of operation issue. And when we did the bill area tour, the neighbors gave us a good overview of the odor issues. We could smell the odor issues. What struck us was didn't seem to be a process to address odor issues at the county level. Peter corrected me many times that there is a process for complaining. And our point was, well, where do all these pieces of information come together? And how do people act on it? Your predecessor, Brian, pointed out there's a whole section in the permit that deals with odors, and Republic in this case is requirements to log them and report to you and that kind of stuff. It just seemed to be a black hole on the interaction between the community and the reporting, some action taken. Sam, did I surprise people? Okay. Sharon and Audrey have been helpful in getting access to DEQ files. And there was really something in there that was interesting. It was a DSAT note from the 2008, 2009. The short story is somebody near the landfill who was experiencing odors took detailed notes on dates, times, weather conditions, and went to a DSAT meeting to complain. about odors. Expecting some sort of enforcement. There's I don't know what their expectations were, they just went. When you read through the notes, there's a communication between the county representative and the landfill saying, well, the landfill wants to receive all the complaints. So think of this process, you smell something, you're upset about it. You have to wait months, 2 months, I forget how far apart these meetings are. I think they're every other month. And then you get, you don't get any short-term satisfaction that somebody heard you. It was interesting that it showed up in a required DSAC report, which I believe is a statutory requirement that those reports get sent to the DEQ. But then you start looking for others of these, and they're not in the DEQ records. They may be in the county records. The point where I'm going is somebody needs to look at the enforcement, the collection of information, the enforcement of any rules that apply. If there are gaps like odor, maybe the county should consider strengthening them, and then have some sort of a feedback mechanism to the people involved. So that you'll see that as a recommendation. It's a standalone. Odor doesn't seem to be addressed would be a finding. County come up with a process that's interactive. So that's the odor enforcement example.
Before you move on, again, I really want to nail this theme correctly. So my listening in to your formal meetings and the offline discussions I've had with members of the subcommittee, a prevalent theme I believe I'm hearing is on the surface of the documents, it appears that the Planning Commission, the Board of Commissioners put in place what they believe to be the necessary conditions to deal with the negative aspects of the landfill. And there are conditions of approval, and there are statements of who has authority, how to file complaints. But when you scratch the surface, there is not the robust enforcement in compliance with those issues to the point that it creates the impression or the reality, depending on your perspective and the facts in a particular case, that why even have these conditions if they're not going to do what they purport to do?
Well, why should I even bother communicating with the county because they don't hear me?
And so
It's exactly the same issue.
yes, and so and when in that these conditions create a false impression that the negative ramifications will be avoided or minimized or mitigated. I haven't had the time to read your final intro and conclusion, but is that theme A, what you want to convey, and B, is it that crystal clear in your findings and recommendations? Because the challenge in communicating, I think, the broader public is, you all in your subcommittee have just spent countless hours looking over countless documents and come up with the examples, but the major theme, which I tried to articulate from listening to you, not my theme, it's what I'm hearing you say, is what I just said. And is that like just as clear, a headline level kind of thing?
I think it is in the findings. I don't believe it is in the conclusion.
So you might want to just look back and see, and then if the work group supports that, they support it, they don't, amend it, fine. But all these examples are important in and of themselves. and, not but, and highlighting this is how to fix things moving forward to the extent they can be.
Right, we focus more on the how to fix things.
You have it, it's CPR 17.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, so we've got Louisa and then Russ.
Oh, me. So when Ed was talking about that, to me, that overflows into like the community outreach aspect. So maybe looking at that recommendation, and I also would be interested in what actually, I know I lived places where if you have, there's an odor like by mills and things, you call, which you guys probably have something like that, I don't know. But whatever, what people can report to them and what they do report to the county, and maybe somehow combine that, at least as far as the county could do some sort of, maybe there's already something like that available, but be able to recommend a way for this information, not just odor, but all the other things that neighbors have concerns about. Somehow, does that make sense?
You want to propose it?
Okay.
And make that clear. All right, and Catherine, are there any other things on the CUP list that should be surfaced? BJ, take it away.
Everybody's familiar with the shape, that's the liquid that comes out of the pile of rubbish. The leachate issue is evolved. It started off, when we looked at it, we looked at it for what was written and all the constraints put on leachate from the 80s. And all the efforts that were, there was a problem with it. It was managed on site. They used a couple of different technologies, from spraying it over the fields to an actual treatment plant, reverse osmosis treatment plant. So people spent a lot of energy and time to try to make something work. Reading through the reports, well, I'll just stay on that CUP side of it. It didn't work, so the landfill ended up taking a liquid to Albany for a while, and I guess now Salem. So it's Albany, should be Salem and Corvallis, with Corvallis getting, it's the closest one. I don't know if the split is Sean would know, but that's not the point. The point is it went from treating on site and clearly a DEQ disposal site owner issue. I'm trying. Jimmy just sensitized me, that's all. Gotta be careful when I use Republican, because this is before you were there.
Good safe, don't worry.
Okay. So this is, all right, now we're coming up to 1995, so this is good, right? So that was an issue to isolate and say it was a DEQ natural owner issue. At that time, nothing worked, so in the county, and looking at these historical documents, rightly said, not my problem. But then when it starts going to have to go offsite, and you start looking at some of the volumes involved, like 20, 30 million gallons a year, and Sean's been able to verify that, what was there, and what was your snippet? It's 7 days a week, 6 to 12 trucks, okay?
Yeah, we actually monitor the leachate pond balance.
Yeah.
like twice a week to make sure that that level stays where it needs to be. And, you know, there's a lot of strict protocols, just like odors, by the way. We actually contact every citizen that we have contact information to, and I won't get down in the weeds on the odor process, but it's the same thing with the leachate. You know, it's monitored by DEQ and we track it. And yes, we have 2 treatment facilities, one in Corvallis and one in Salem.
Switching back to the other one, you've got a good process in place. A lot of folks don't know it's there. And so that's the cross check between county, DEQ, and Republic. On the leachate side of it it's let's call it 10 trucks a day, and it is 7 days a week. Right? Well, I figured 6, but you said 7.
Well, I mean, during the rainy season, we haul as much leachate as we need to keep our pond levels roughly 50% below their capacity, if not more so.
So it could be
And
more
so,
trucks.
yeah, it could be more trucks during the summertime. You know, we don't need to haul as much leachate, but like I said, we track the pond balance.
Right, so there's an operational issue that gets fixed by moving the liquid to city treatment plants, publicly owned treatment plants.
Yeah.
So those POTWs, they have exemptions and a whole bunch of other stuff to say, yeah, we're processing it correctly. It's consistent with DEQ regulations. But then there's this whole of, now I've got 6 to 20 trucks a day going on county roads. Is that, it's not written in any of the historical documents being worried about that many trucks going on the roads. It seems like it falls through. It's not a DEQ issue. It's not clearly a county issue. It's a problem solver for, in this case, Republic. But it does create an issue, I think, and the 3 of us thought, for the county residents, because you've got this liquid coming through the community in these trucks. Now, I don't know, what are they? I never get behind the trucks, so I don't know how they're placarded. Are they hazardous liquids or for any reason, or are they just?
Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, we honestly, you can tell it's from public services truck and the leachate tankers, but I can't call off the top of my head.
It should be a truck.
We're hazardous liquid, it would go to a different location.
Excuse me?
No, we're deemed hazardous, it would go to a different.
No, it's not hazardous, no, but it would have some sort of flagging on it.
It does, I just don't know off the top of my head what it says. I can look into that.
Well, it's a minor point, but yeah, you've got a liquid that may have some concerns for community members. And it does say Republic, that's good, I didn't know that. It just opens up the whole issue of what's in the leachate. If it goes to the treatment plant, is it taken out by the treatment plant? Is it treated as a treatment plant, or does it just go through to the river? And is it one of those chemicals that accumulates in sediments, accumulates in benthic organisms? That's all I can think of right now. Stuff on the bottom. All those kinds of things that are just stay in the river and you eventually get exposed to. So it was more that this is a gap in maybe protection of the public. You're protected at the landfill, you're protected in the treatment plant, but you're not necessarily protected between the landfill and the treatment plant, and then on the backside with the liquid that goes into the river. So it's just to suggest, take all that, looks like 10 minutes, take it down to about 30 words, and that's what you'll see as one of the findings and one of the recommendations is look at this and see if it's consistent with the overall goals of the community.
Right.
I guess it just say it's akin to like wastewater. at the end of the day. And then what the POTW does in terms of discharge on the back end, whether it's a stream or it's back into the system, that's their protocol, not ours, not something I can speak to. And Sam's gonna shoot me for this, but going back to the odor thing, you mentioned some of the complaints are going to the county or going to others versus us. There's a reason we like to receive them. It's an absolute, there should be zero offsite odor. So if there is, we want to know about it, we want to figure out what's going on. But, and I'm not saying this occurs with the county and don't know the answer, but in other locations, sometimes if it goes to a second party, third party, whatever, before it gets its way back to us, it could be days, if not a week or two afterwards. Weather patterns shift, perhaps it was routine, perhaps the issue was a gas well, there's already been maintenance, and so the source of whatever was detected becomes an unknown. So there are some, mechanisms that we utilize with communities when they want to report odor, that we get something in real time, and then we assume as the operator an obligation to communicate back with the person that notified us of what they detected and address what we did about it. And so that kind of scenario can absolutely be applied at
So that's supportive of what I think they're saying, which is that, the more opportunities and avenues and as long as they're coordinated and people are notified and where to go, the more likely it is to nip the issues before in the bud.
Exactly.
Okay, Liz.
So there's a lot there in regards to the trucking, and as somebody who's married to a truck driver who hauled hazardous waste often and throughout his career. I just want to say all that has to be permitted, and there's a process for all of that, right? And I'm sure that will be part of the solid waste management plan in the future, and that's what they need to look at, and you can just ask for clarification on that. It does worry me, again, as somebody who's not as anybody but somebody who's married to a truck driver who hauled it. There were some assertions that you made about hazardous materials going into the river and not being able to trace it. Is there somewhere that you think that those wastes are going into the river? Because I haven't seen anything to that effect, or we haven't talked about that.
There's a whole bunch of different definitions of hazardous, and it's not limited.
It's not the definition that so often when I'm sitting in this group, statements are made that are assumed, things that we think are happening that we don't necessarily have proof of. And I would really like us to work really hard at determining the process in order to figure out if something's actually happening or if it's just a fear that something's happening. And I just want to call attention to your language.
Yeah. Trucks going to a treatment plant.
Yeah, I just think it's risky because you really demonize people and professions, and I don't wanna do that. I wanna be really clear that we either know that there's leaking into the river directly or we don't. And you wanna figure it out or you don't.
Directly to the river.
What's that?
To a treatment plant.
Right, but you did say river.
In the treatment plant discharges to the river.
Right, so I wanna.
And some treatment plants can treat everything that they receive and it's like nothing left. And other components and liquids that they receive just pass right through.
Right, so there's ways you can look online to check water quality. We talked about that today.
And in many cases, you don't get an answer. If you just look at something like.
Just let me finish my thought, because I've been listening all afternoon, right? Like, I've been really polite. I just really think that as a group, to tamp down a lot of fears and public input about what we're doing or what we're not doing, when we speak, we have to be very careful about the language we use and how we do it.
Okay.
I think that's our responsibility as this group, because I think we're all working together really well, and you can't demonize groups. I just don't think that that's a fair thing to do. No, I know that wasn't your intention, but our language is super important. And I just heard you basically insinuate that there was stuff happening, and I don't think that's what you meant. I just want to clarify.
I should have been saying you need to look if anything is happening.
That's right. So in all of that, we need to just put into the suggestion for the solid waste management that the trucking process of hauling leachate, I can never say leachate fluid should be looked at and addressed as part of the solid waste treatment plant, and we don't need to insinuate that things are going into rivers.
So let me pause right there and see, do we have that issue in the SMMPs, we don't lose it.
I don't think we mentioned tracking of leachate specifically in the document and looking at my routine that we work with.
So you might consider adding that for the work group to consider as an issue. So again, so we can move.
CUPR 13.
And thank you. Were you one of the kids in grammar school?
I know the answer. And which one was it?
CUPR 13.
And what does it say?
It says, consider the impact of leachate from the landfill site on traffic safety, road maintenance, and the public wastewater treatment plants.
That's great.
And the Willamette River in future assessments of the impact of landfill.
Let's give a round of applause for Audrey. Well done, Audrey. Now, let's put that,
It cross-reference it to the SMMP thing, so we don't miss it.
I so appreciate this conversation, and for a point of clarification, I believe Coffin Butte has a pre-treatment permit in order to send any leachate to the Salem and Corvallis NPDES permitted wastewater treatment plants. So they have to identify what is in their leachate that has to be treated to some extent, or make sure the wastewater treatment plant can treat it.
Right.
And so it goes through the treatment process at the wastewater treatment plant, and the wastewater treatment plant discharges to the rivers and has to meet effluent limits for anything that they discharge to the rivers. Now, I think the point you're trying to also make, Ed, is that there are emerging contaminants that nobody knows about that are going through all of our systems, and we should look at those in the future. And that is universal. That's not unique to a landfill.
No.
Okay,
Catherine.
just that clarification.
So Audrey did a great job answering some of my questions, but also clarifying, is there a way that, I'm not sure, so I hear what you're saying, and I know that those reports exist, I wouldn't know where to look for those reports. So is there a way that we can, in either our recommendations or how we do our community engagement or the SMMP group, that we can point to those places where we know that the leachate is being treated to a sufficient standard, or there are mechanisms looking at how we increase that treatment to make sure that what arguably leachate would be different than a lot of our municipal waste waters, making sure that that treatment is actually ensuring that what hits the river isn't causing problems for communities downstream. Is there a way to just
And you're right.
refine our recommendation?
Extra credit?
So this would be a recommendation from within our group, like how do we get to that point where we can point the community to this and preemptively say, here's where the answers are to these questions as it relates to leachate potentially impacting our river.
I agree.
Well, Ed did ask us for the records of what is being discharged or what is being sent to the wastewater treatment plants. And we don't have those records, but the wastewater treatment plants have those records. And I think Coffin Butte probably has records of what gets sent there, which I don't know if that's public or not. So I think DQ didn't have them and couldn't provide them to Ed, and we recommended you talk to the wastewater treatment plants. And we do have one person who is our pre-treatment coordinator who might be able to talk more generally about pre-treatment programs in general and maybe the specifics of what's happening at these two wastewater treatment plants. And that's not a satisfactory answer, Catherine, but that's the best I could start.
But you just touched on something, we've got to close this report off at some time and stop. And so a lot of these things are written, looking at it in the future. And Darren, Sim, I don't know how you capture these things for follow-up items.
Well, so here's what I'm suggesting in the moment, that the best we can do in the next 48 hours, and I mean, it's almost literally, is put forward a finding and a recommendation. And a recommendation could be as simple as, please consider doing the following things: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You don't need to go into chapter and verse about justifying why you're making that recommendation or not. If the work group supports it, the board will consider it seriously. And so there could be one kind of catch-all recommendation at the end that we could do. And it's, I don't know what the right term it is, but it's the omnibus recommendation. That's all I can come up with in the moment. That includes all of these points that we, and we'll say clearly, we did not have time to explore all of these things, but here are the general topics that we would like you to consider, and just literally number them off. And that could be a new final section to our voting on next Thursday.
Okay.
And with that said, I want to check in on our agenda because it is almost 6:45. Without talking about them, what are the remaining issues that we would need to talk about? And I do think we need to talk about them all. So we're going to try to prioritize them and divide the time proportionate to their rough reports. So what is remaining here?
So I think what we have not talked about yet are these two items here. The 1983 land use decision and the 2002 MOU between the county and the Utah officials. We have talked about jurisdiction, this jurisdictional issue between EQ and over. I think we've covered all the CEQ. We've covered, is the SMMP able to address waste at the landfill? Just this note here that some members of the landfill site life committee had a time to read and absorb the finance recommendations given they went to $1. I think we've covered, and Catherine, I think we've covered everything that we like. So we're really down to these last two. And are there issues or questions?
Okay, so let's keep going. And anything on that additional issue that we need to deal with?
Thank you. So this one here, ability of SMMP to address waste on the landfill, and moved over there, so I was going to scratch it off of this list. Time to review work between subcommittees. So there's just a recognition. I heard a number of people say we've been so busy on our own section of the report, we haven't had time to read and think about it.
Right, and so hopefully some of the, so can you kind of like circle the ones that are left? And I'll start with the 83 lane decision in 2002. And I'll start with those and let's see if we can spend 10 minutes on those. Let me try to frame this up and then obviously open to alternative framings and discussion. I actually believe we have talked about this as much as we can talk about it, because I do not think that there's going to be an agreement between the legal subcommittee and the CUP subcommittee members. And I'm putting forward for consideration the thought that maybe we don't need to do more about that. Because we have recognized that there's a different point, there are different points of view on these things. And regardless of who was correct or incorrect, the Supremes have come in and said what the rule is about other jurisdictions. And if the MOU, worst case scenario, not from the community's perspective, is that they, the then owner was in compliance as of 2002. The reality is that if someone wanted to say they're no longer, they would say this. A community member could come in and say, we've got, let's assume for argument, not concession, that the 2002 MOU indicated that everything was in compliance on the CUP conditions and everything else as of that date. Well, if they're not in compliance now, April 16th, 2023, they can be forced to be in compliance now. And so what I understand the academic nature of it and its importance and the fact to say this history isn't crystal clear and we can't make the same mistakes in the future. But what practical good are we getting out of further discussion on that issue? That's the question I'm framing up. Is that the right question first? And if not, what is? So Greg, do you have something on that?
Yes, to that point, I think one of the key questions and the recommendation from the CUP committee is determine if the site plan and narrative included in PC 8307 are regulatory conditions the landfill is required to follow. So in other words, if someone argues they're out of compliance with the site plan from 1983, the question is, does that matter? Was it a regulatory condition of approval from 1983? That's the question that CUP group had asked. The legal and land use subcommittee has answered that question
by saying
those the site plan and narrative that it's not super clear, but
you actually use the word super in the legal document.
But no, the site plan and narrative were not regulatory conditions of approval.
Okay, the CUP committee subcommittee is saying you got to be kidding me. In essence,
Also legal term.
That's right. That's why I used it. If you were super, this was non-super. Okay. Okay. So great. And I'm trying to be facetious. So what are we gonna do about that? How does this impact this county's ability to move forward? What would be the recommendation as to what the county should do with this disagreement? That's what I'm asking. What do we do, Catherine?
You can get it all the way out of me,
I can see, I watched your body language, you were going for it.
So again, just a reminder that our charge was to review the past record and the conditions of approval and whether or not the compliance had been met. I think that we're all on the same page that 1983 is a really kind of fuzzy space. But at the same token, nothing can be done about what's happened between 1983 and today as to whether or not those conditions have been met. Moving ahead in the recommendations from our subcommittee and hopefully with the consensus of this group is that we look closely at the historical context of where those conditions came from, because they are important they were important enough to be placed into documents, whether they actually officially and legally could have been implemented is the argument that still exists to some extent. But those conditions were relevant, they were important to the land use decision makers at the time and the community ideals or values at the time as well. So we take that work and we move it forward into today's narrative for the value that it holds to whatever that might be. And I don't know that there's anything beyond that we can actually do with that 1983 set of documents.
That's what I'm hypothesizing, so I want to make sure that's clear.
It's really just a recognition that it is a document, not just it's not the land use decision document that just says, you know, go fill out this, go fill out that. It's all the backup information. We agreed to what is the contour of the landfill going to be, what is the reclamation going to be, what is the screening going to be, all the community expectations that writing conveys. If you just throw out and say, well, PC 83, it just doesn't make any difference, then you're just throwing out the beginnings of what built community expectations for what the land bill should look like. It's more about a communications thing. As long as it's out there and the details are out there, then that's fine.
And they are.
How do you feel about that? Yeah.
No, I think that's accurate. I do think it's essential that it stays part of the record, and we've already made that determination. So again, it's just how we utilize that information. There is values in that record to be seen.
We can change that. We can change the finding of the recommendation, resolve it, just saying, you know, advertise what's in there.
Yeah. And I don't know as much of a change as an addition to it. Before you come, I want to make real clear, folks, the work that sub have done. And one of the work products, deliverables to this process, based largely on their Herculean effort, is to reconstruct and put in one place for the first time, and I'm making up this 50 years plus of information, so that in the future, it can be more readily secured and looked at and analyzed and cataloged. And then Ed here spent 2 days on a field trip to Eugene, going through boxes of material. And Audrey's shop was kind enough to waive the copy fees or whatever they're called, to get all this stuff so that the county has them in one place. That's a huge accomplishment in and of itself, for which everyone is grateful. And thank you to DEQ for.
It's all right.
Okay.
We just have it on.
Well, your fee waiver was all you. Okay, so Liz and Louisa.
Have we come to a place where we know exactly which is the last effective CUP in regards to that? Or the landfill?
Liz, what was the question?
Have we come to a place where we found the last CUP that's actually in effect, that has conditions that are enforceable? In all of this work that we've done, I feel like that is still a huge missing piece. Because what we have established through the legal subcommittee is that many of the previous CUPs are no longer enforceable because the new CUPs do, right?
I'll take that on a little bit.
Come closer so we can get people on that in here.
We're doing these musical chairs here. The 1983 CUP is still in effect. But the legal subcommittee determined is that the decision was, the conditions, many of the conditions were not legally enforceable conditions of approval to require, for example, I'm not considering any of the specifics. The language of the CUP did not create the conditions of approval that can be enforced the way the public understood them, that they would be enforced at the time, and continues to. But that CUP is still in effect. That has not been abandoned and has not been superseded.
That's our most recent CUP?
That's my understanding, isn't it?
For the operation.
For the operation,
Yeah.
right.
There are subsequent CUPs.
There's a number of there's a number of expansion CUPs, you know, there was looking at the cycling center, CUP, and the power station CUP and expansion CUP. So there have been a lot, but in terms of the overall approval of the landfill at that site, it's the 1983.
It's the 1983.
So we had the 1983 CUP, and also then that's what established the landfill zone and amended the comprehensive plan that gives the overall framework.
And I think that has kind of been lost in all of this, is what I want to try and point out. So done a lot of fantastic work on the past, and we've determined what applies and what doesn't apply. But I think when it comes to our recommendations and our findings, we probably need to expressly point that out to the commissioners. Because what they're looking for from us is some kind of guidance on where to start from. So can we put a finding to that effect that says last enforceable overall CUP or whatever legal language we need to say?
Well, I think we want to have it, maybe a recitation of the 1983 CUP and the subsequent decisions that have been made that, as a whole, are giving the Coffin Butte landfill its authority, the Public Services Authority to operate the Coffin Butte landfill the way they are.
And I think that's important. I think that historical look is important, but even more important, what is in place right now and what is in effect?
Let me be more direct. By saying, if I was a planning commissioner or county commissioner, heaven forbid, I would want.
Yes, heaven forbid.
You know, he throws that in and yet doesn't acknowledge the fact that I said nothing about Council the second time he knocked over. I mean, wow, what a tough room this is.
Which jurisdiction were you in?
I'll contain myself. I usually contain myself. I would want, the first question I want to ask is, all right, staff, God, thank you for all of this. I want to know how many CUP conditions exist that are enforceable and what are the terms? And off to the side, you know, which ones, you know, arguably were there but not enforced, and just have that laid up there. And so there's one-stop shopping on this issue, so they have, if you will, a base on which to begin. Fair enough?
And so you and your staff will be drafting that.
I am simultaneously typing that up now. And
We already have that. Yeah, we have a list of all the land use actions that have been taken on the site since '74. All of those conditions that were imposed are in there. And then there's an analysis about which ones are still active and which ones are not. And there's disagreement on that. But we have that already in the larger legal, I think it's the legal subcommittee. Or no, it's land use commission.
okay, so then at a minimum, there needs to be a recommendation or a finding both that says, you know, before engaging in a review of the next process, please read pages X through Y or, you know, finding.
554.
Okay, so we need also.
Okay, now you're piling on now. Catherine is saying, let's go.
That's right.
Yeah, either do it with no dose or scotch.
Okay, both. All right, we gotta get through this. Louisa, you've been so patient, thank you.
Well, this is not about the CUP.
Thank God. Praise you.
Well, I wrote down some notes from the things that came up from the comments, and I just wondered if they were addressed anywhere, or we need to. It just seems like community members are concerned about if for some reason, I'm not saying landfill's closing or we don't have any information there, but if we did have to have our trash sent somewhere else, what would the rates be like? Because obviously other counties bring their trash here, so we would know maybe are their garbage rates much higher than ours? I don't know. You know, is that really a fear? Is that a fear? Or what would that really be like?
Okay, stop, please.
Oh, yes.
Is that in the SMMP?
I believe that's covered with the cost benefit analysis and the
Okay.
different question they answered.
Okay, so then
Good.
they can find that information. And then the man who talked about the wetlands. What do we need to address more? He said that we didn't talk about the wetlands.
So let's talk about talking about the wetlands. So what is the current state of the wetland discussion in the current state of the report? Right.
The only mention I know of, and I did a search, is in our summary, the legal land use subcommittee's summary table of what topic areas can the county regulate or not regulate? And under wetlands, if it is a designated significant wetland on an adopted county inventory of significant wetlands prepared pursuant to State Wetland Goal 5, then the county, then it's protected and it's significant. But we could state that in a better way that is more clear about the fact that the county has not done a comprehensive wetlands inventory in many years.
In how many years?
Many.
Many as in decades or many as?
Many as in 40. I was county council when we finished the last.
Okay.
It doesn't even exist when you want.
Okay.
So,
Okay. Order. So yes, if that's the will of this group, it should be clearer. Because again, we don't bury the lead on these things. Do not bury the lead. What's else on your hit list?
Well, that was it, but then we did discuss wetlands in the history, but I should have done that or not here, and I probably didn't pay good enough attention, but there was something about wetlands in the history, and someone was saying they are wetlands, or people saying they aren't, blah, blah, so maybe.
You know, you can go to the history page and search for the word wetlands, and we'll see what's going on. Okay, good. Daniel, and then I don't know if so Daniel.
I just wanted to flag SMPR 25. I'm not sure if we've adequately covered, which is essentially the timing of the SMMP as it relates to future material management decisions or land use decisions. I know we kind of briefly touched on it, but I'm not sure.
That'll be on the agenda. I don't know, Ed or Catherine, I don't see.
Yeah, sorry, touch for a moment, a big post-it notes on the wall there. My question is about wetlands, and so, I hear two different conversations, and we're talking about a comprehensive wetlands inventory. I'm assuming that would involve Department of State lands also, somewhere there are authority in that space. But the conversation where wetlands first landed was with our public testimony today with Mr. Kanega, and I believe that was more with concerns about whether there are wetlands that are being impacted by environmental either pollutants or impacts from property landfill, which seems like, my question is that a different conversation than our 40-year-old wetlands inventory that needs to be revised? And does that involve somebody else besides Department of State lands or this process?
So if it's not a county inventoried and protected wetland, then it's Department of State lands, jurisdiction, and or Army, U.S. Army Corps of Engineers.
And if we were talking about environmental evaluations generally, which was the public testimony, where would it line? Is it a different thing than a wetlands inventory, I guess, is where I'm saying.
That's great first.
I'm not sure.
Jeff?
Yes, it is. I mean, there's the county Goal 5 wetlands inventory, and that is what protects it from a land use perspective, from a county's perspective. And one of my big battles back in the day was over Jackson Fraser wetland, and whether that was should be a protected wetland in the county wetlands inventory, which is why I'm familiar with that. And then there's the Clean Water Act regulated wetland regulations, where any wetland, first we have to do a wetlands analysis of the site, and property owner does. And if it's a jurisdictional wetland, then if it's going to be impacted by the development in any way, then we have to do an analysis and either leave it alone or mitigate for it somewhere else.
And jurisdictional wetlands means?
It's, well, I'm not sure exactly what the definition
But
is.
it's under, it would be under, the Clean Water Act regulation,
Right.
so.
And the Department of State lands is the, like, sort of DEQ regulates the Clean Water Act.
So they have jurisdiction, and it's jurisdiction with the state.
So there is one mitigation wetland on the Coffin Beach site that is protected under that framework.
Okay, so just to operationalize this, given the time, this has to maybe end up someplace else. But what I heard his request was basically to say the county shouldn't grant one a CUP application if it doesn't even know where these wetlands are located and whether or not they're protected. So what is the finding or recommendation surrounding getting that information in front of the people that need to do it? And is that gonna be under one of the criteria? Or does that fall under there's no criteria for these things? Therefore, we have to rely on the outside jurisdiction with authority here, DSL, to do it. And does the county CUP condition say you have to get any DSL permits that are necessary? Is that a condition currently?
Typically, yeah.
So the way this comes out then is that while the county may not be able to do it because it doesn't have it on its inventory, the solution is that if the CUP says to the applicant, thou shalt get your permits from DSL, they're the ones like DEQ who would say if there's a wetland problem or not, right? So if that's the case, that needs to be much clearer than it is for folks. All right, I know I'm driving here, but I want to get you home sometime before 1:30. Ed?
The definition up there, wetlands and east-west towards E.E. Wilson National Wildlife Refuge, right behind you, Sam.
Yeah.
I think one of the public folks were actually we're using wetlands to mean both, not just the on-site, but also the ones that are abutting the property in their assessment.
So what would be the friendly amendment for clarification or change?
On-site and abutting, wetlands that are on-site and, abutting wetlands towards the, east.
We could certainly, I could have our environmental engineer with that paragraph and just provide some edits back tomorrow.
It would have to be tomorrow.
That's fine.
Right. But again, the history piece, important, you have to have it, but operationally, what people are more likely to respond to is a finding and recommendation to solve the issue going forward. I want the history to be correct. And
I'm not suggesting changing the history.
Good.
Okay. No, it's just what I thought I heard the public person saying, what he's worried about was the wetlands on site and the wetlands that are off site that wetlands on site drain into.
And I think we're glad that he is worried about that, right? I mean, because then that's more protection. All right, Louisa.
So the legal committee is gonna address that?
Yes, they're gonna put forward a recommendation. All right, let's deal with our friend SMMP R25. Daniel, why don't you tee that up?
Thanks, Sam. I just wanted to bring it up because it came up relatively recently in our group discussions. And it relates to what one of the legal land use subcommittee topics that came up earlier. And essentially that reads, the county should evaluate if it would be in their best interest to have an SMMP in place prior to any major materials management decisions. And I bring it up just as it relates to the land use decision about Cotton Butte landfills expansion to come. So just wanted to cue that up and see if there's any important discussion that needed to happen in the room.
Well, be more direct about that. I mean, what's the hope, what's the fear, what's the concern?
Well, I guess I'll leave that up to the legal land use folks about what the concerns with that recommendation would be as it relates to the land use process.
So we, the legal land use subcommittee has a series of findings relating to the ability to postpone a decision on conditional use permit or to Otherwise require that an SNMP or some other management plan be in place before action can be taken. And essentially, without a code amendment requiring an SNMP to be in place, the county has to act as Jeannie described on an application based on the criteria that are in place at the time of the application. So that recommendation, I mean, there's certainly logic to it. There's also just some practical challenges to carrying it out.
Okay. What else is on our hit list?
And we talked about the 2002 MOU.
Yeah. Okay, that's a good one, I think.
So status I captured here, over closure and garbage rates, just as a question.
We got that in the SNMP.
What's the status of wetlands at and near Cotton View?
Just dealt with that.
Okay. I think we're getting it.
There's no lawyer jokes, they're all true. All right, seriously, is there anything else on this list here? And folks,
The 2002 MOU, I don't think we discussed it, the part that, if you guys on, well, you mentioned that compliance at a point in time, and this, there wasn't, in the MOU, there wasn't any, document that was attached to it. That was LUCS, that was being cited as the source of this historical evidence of approval. And looking at it, the Lux's that whole process to me is very confusing and not supportive of something being in compliance. What confuses it, again, this is, as we know, is going through the DEQ records. I can't find any permit or anything associated with the 2000 LUCS. What I was looking for was, I think, let me go back here. The 2002 MOU cited the LUCS and said there was evidence of compliance because there was a permit that was issued afterwards. And that permit was based on the county saying that the applicant was in approval, was in compliance at that point in time. But when I looked at the records in DEQ, there was no action that was associated with that LUCS. There may have been a permit, but I couldn't find it. What confused me more was the 1992 Lux that was part of the document that also had instructions, and reading the instructions, it was a DEQ Lux, so it seemed like DEQ had the right to say how to use it, and that read like it was associated with the project that was being considered. That the the Lux was not a prior one, it was future looking. And it was, will this, and it doesn't say will, but it almost says, this this Lux says this project that you're proposing will be in compliance. I don't think that's right, if I got it right, but what even confused me more was the current operating permit cites the same 2000 year OUX in the permit, as the permit basis. So here's something that's the current approval of an operating permit, but it's based on a 20-year-old Lux. I'm not seeing the connectivity between Lux compliance and project.
Okay. But before you speak in and get your third extra credit point, how does this relate to the MOU? Just play that out a little more clearly.
Your MOU says everything is fine, as evidenced by a permit that was issued and the Lux supports that everything was in compliance. That's the one I proposed. Because the MOU doesn't have the Lux attached.
That it was relying on.
That was relying on, we had to go find a Lux around that time. And DEQ showed up with the Lux around that time, 2 years earlier. But I'm just not sure what it relates to, and whether it supports anything.
And these findings that you just described orally, are they currently a finding in our current draft of the report?
No, because it's new information. It was in, it was picked up yesterday.
Is that email you sent in the last, 10 minutes?
No, it was the one I asked yesterday. You had a chance to look at. Anyhow, so I'm not sure.
Well, here's a suggestion for it. I don't want to lose that research. So that research is perhaps just a finding that says what you just said and attach as an appendix to it the Luxes that you found. And we can specifically say, neither the subcommittee or the work group had sufficient time to vet this and support. But at least we have it in one place and it's preserved for future discussion.
The important point is that if you believe the Lux site, although the MOU is in the Lux is in compliance, the logic says everything done before that time was in compliance, which is not the case.
Because of the relationship of the Lux date to the MOU date.
Because if it were true that everything prior to 2000 is done, there's no discrepancy between the conditions of approval and in reality.
Okay.
I don't know that I can add anything to what Ed just said. One of the permits from many years ago noted the 1992 land use compatibility statement. And then the 2009 permit, which is the one that referenced the 2000 land use compatibility statement. And DEQ doesn't ask for an updated land use compatibility statement when we're going through a permit renewal unless something has changed. So we just rely on the land use compatibility statement we have in the files. Occasionally we may call the local government and say, is this still the latest? And if they say yes, and if there hasn't been a significant change in the facility or what's happening, we just rely on that. So the renewals will rely on the Lux that we have in the file.
That's the kind of explanation we need.
Okay. What else is on our list? Any other?
Request for time to review work review subcommittees, and that's just
Well, part of the reason for this meeting, well, last meeting was the crosswalk and where the suggestions are. And, you know, what I just love about our work group is that when we were calling the issue, you know, what are the issues we need to talk about? There was very few listed. And now we've gotten a great job on about 15 important issues laid out. So thank you all for that. So unless there's a last call, I think we have done that second crosswalk. Yes.
So in our last meeting, this relates to LLUR1. So that's public input with respect to franchise agreements. In our last meeting, tell me if I'm misremembering this, but I feel like the conversation was specific to, you know, Republic's franchise agreement with the county. And I asked the question, is it the county's intent to make this applicable to all franchise agreements? And I feel like there was a whole lot of, yeah, that's the intent, that's the plan. And so then we said, okay, fine, then as long as the language is addressed in that fashion, no issue. I would just point out the language is still very specific to Republic and County, which is reflective of how I remember that conversation from a week ago or 2 weeks ago.
So A, my recollection is consistent with yours. B, LLUR1 may need to have a sentence or two at the beginning, so it's not lost. That that the recommendation is, if this is the recommendation, that the public input process should apply to any franchise agreements between Benton County and a franchisee. For purposes of the Benton County Talks Trash Work Group, the recommendation was this.
Something that is totally fine.
Okay, so who is LLU and, Greg? You're
Greg
writing.
is writing it down right now.
Okay, thank you for keeping task up in, Jen. All right. So let me go into add the accounts to be quick. So looking out loud, and I'm looking heavily at the staff, and so you can come closer so we can hear you, and please sit down this time because when both Liz and you are standing, that never is good for me. Come over here, so you hear, please. All right. So, I think you did a lot of useful cleanup here and refinement and issues. We've got to come up with a plan that allows staff and myself to have, and I'm making this up on the fly, so let's see how it feels. By 10 p.m. on Monday, we need to have the final draft to you. And now hearing myself say that, I'm not sure that's realistic because we have to send out the survey to you of findings and recommendations, which we said we're going to do that noon. So I think the best way to do this is we have to have the final draft and appendices to you by noon on Monday the 20th. It will then take about 2 hours to upload the final, the final draft findings and recommendations upon which you will do your 1, 2, 3 poll. That in those final draft findings and recommendations, somehow we have to show you the track changes that were made between this moment and noon on Monday when it goes out. What I do not know is if SurveyMonkey will allow us to show those track changes so you can see them. So there's this practical glitch Darren, we have to get on the call with John B.
Yes.
With John B. tomorrow to see if somehow maybe by bolding something that's new and, you know, lowercasing something that we can convey those track changes so that people can poll on them. And do that. So that means, and so what's gonna happen starting this weekend is Darren and I are gonna go over, you know, the last review. I have deferred doing like a summary, you know, we have meeting minutes and notes to add in to these things that are gonna get backed up because we didn't have all the information and we didn't know, won't know the final findings and recommendations. So I think that means Daniel, Inga, Greg, when do we need the homework done by either you or the folks in the room that offered to submit refined findings and recommendations?
Sunday night.
No, that's too late. That's too late, because we need, Darren and I need time. You know, maybe if we devote Sunday there, are you free on Sunday to?
Part of the day. So that means John, with the SMMP and the SMMP folks, caption finding recommendations to evaluate.
We've got a working draft.
Already. Okay, land use and legal will create findings and recommendations regarding the wetlands and jurisdiction issue. So that's what this means. And then Ed and Steve sub will make findings regarding the 2002 MOU missing land use evaluation statements and kind of the status of that. I'll read you and consult with you on that to make sure you're on it.
Okay.
I think Ed may have found the one that I was.
Okay, I'm just flagging the work, like we've done, see.
Sam, is there any reason this couldn't push into the 27th, 28th by just a couple of days and give the team a little bit more breathing room and not ruin weekends and all that stuff?
So are you saying move the final meeting to the 23rd or something different?
I don't know that I'm going there as much as at least some of the initial polling, but yeah, you know, perhaps that's another option is you just move the 23rd to the 30th.
Sorry.
No.
No.
All right. Good intentions.
I know, I appreciate it, Russ. All of the communications are already launched, public expectation is,
Okay.
so.
Well, hang in there, guys.
Hey, Sam, just so I understand, so the purpose of the polling for the work group is just so you can get a better idea of where we don't have agreement, so when we come into the meeting on the 23rd, it's a little bit more productive and we can get through that process in time.
Yeah, so I believe last time I checked, there were 82 recommendations. I think there's more than that findings. The only way to successfully do that is to take your pulse ahead of.
What if we all just vote and we don't discuss until, that period of time, in that 6 hours, you don't think we could all just vote and then have the discussion, because there's gonna be too much. I guess if we could all commit to this, it just seems like a very.
I'm thinking out loud, I'm not making a recommendation, we'll send information out. It could be that what might be easier for you, but again, I want to be transparent, so people say, our charter said we need to know who voted 1, who voted 2, and who voted 3. If everyone votes 1 and 2, that's a consent, but it doesn't just say consensus. It will below it say how many people voted 1 and how many people voted 2. So the commissioners will know that yes, everyone voted 1 and 2, but it could be, 8 of you voted 2 and 8 of you voted 1. Well, that is, that shows lesser support than a full out everyone voting 1. And we need to be transparent about that. So I need to identify the 2, the 1, 2s, and 3s. I think the only way to do that is for you to go through it. It may well be that after this discussion and you see the changes here, given the conversation and the subcommittee findings, that there may be very few that you want to vote a 3 or a 2 on. So it may be easier, maybe the agenda is smaller because we just deal with the 3s and then the 2s. But I do think we have to stick to taking everyone's pulse so the commissioners know how robust the consensus was. And if it was majority, what that specifically looks like. So this all gets back to the question of when can everyone get the stuff in? And so is Saturday at noon, this homework, is that a realistic timeline?
Yeah.
I think it has to be. I think it has to be a realistic timeline to do it. Final thing is to make sure, and if you put up the agenda, please. I want to confirm what is, actually, if you just blow, you have it there, it's fine, I think it's fine. Okay, pull up the agenda. Not going for you. Unfortunately, you can't read this, but it says, the final item is discuss. What this said. I'm come over there in a minute. Final polling is on the body of the work group report. So there will be a 1, 2, 3 polling on the history section. There will be a 1, 2, 3 polling on the major points, but I will not have been able to write the executive summary until after that meeting. So we'll have to have some protocol that that you can see that, or the executive summary just comes from me. But make it clear, remember, those appendices are not part of the formal work group report. The things that are formal are the findings and the recommendations. Each of those will be cross-linked to the appendix, but we are not planning to ask you to vote and approve the contents of the appendix unless you believe you want to poll on the contents of the appendix, which means as a practical matter, 300, I'm making this up, 20 pages of material to review. Does anyone believe that the work group process would benefit and the users of the report subsequently would benefit or be deterred by whether or not that appendix has been fully approved and by whatever vote, consensus, majority, minority, by the work group? Or are folks believing that the best we can do is vote on the findings and recommendations, and the appendix is, like I said, a reference document? So quick show of hands, how many people would prefer to review and work on the appendix? Yes,
I just have a question.
please.
Is there some kind of preface to the appendices that says how they were submitted?
There will be. So the preface to the appendix will say, we have these 5 subcommittees, here is their work. The appendices and the contents have been approved for, as reference material for the findings and recommendations. But the full work group did not review every page, every word and every page of the 351 pages. And they are there simply as a reference. The findings and recs are what control. That is the current concept. How many? So does anyone want to go into the appendix and dive up beyond what the subcommittees have done with it? Hearing none.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
actually 7:30.
Yes, that's 7:30. All right, nothing further. Go forth, do good, avoid evil. Thank you so much.
Yes.